Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities of February 18th, 2021 to order. This meeting will be convened by electronic means as authorized under the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of BC, Emergency Program Act, updated Ministerial Order number M192, and as such, committee members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I'm also participating by phone. Please note if my connection is lost during any portion of the meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If council members lose connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Council members are also reminded that we need to ensure that there is quorum during the meeting, so please make sure your video is on. The live stream of this meeting will have both audio and video, and video of committee members speaking, presentations, amendments, and the vote results will be projected to viewers when it is available. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations and thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of our great City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Carr is in the chair. Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Weeb.
Present.
Councillor Boyle is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kubiyan.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair Carr.
Great. Thanks so much. I'm going to go over the plan for the day, Council. And so I'll start just with some background. Following the updated guidance issued on December 4th, 2020, and further extended on February 5th, 2021, in-person participation for local government meetings and public hearings is not permitted. And that's under the Provincial Health Officer Order on Gatherings and Events. Therefore, speakers who will be providing comments to Council will be by phone, and a moderator will assist in patching the speakers through when their turn comes up. Speakers should all follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss a turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on at Van City Clerk. On February 10th, Council, just to remind you, we completed agenda items 1 through 11 before recessing for the evening. Today, we will continue with the two remaining agenda items, number 12, which is aligning the cannabis license fee structure to support Vancouver businesses, members motion originally B8, and our item 13, childcare that works, extended hour and around-the-clock childcare for working families in Vancouver, originally members motion B9. These two motions were referred from the council meeting on February 9th to this meeting in order to hear from speakers, which will be then followed by debate and decision. We will continue with our work until 5, recessing for dinner at that time. And I just want to remind everyone in the public that the public live feed does have a slight delay. So we are, we are getting to, also just want to remind everyone that we, in terms of speakers, have 5 minutes to make comments. And when you speak, you should state whether you are in support or in opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. Council members, you have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on our speakers list. Pursuant to the updated guidance issued on December 4th, 2020, and further extended on February 5th, 2021, in-person participation for local government meetings and public hearings is not permitted under the Provincial Health Officer Order. Therefore, speakers will be providing comments to Council by phone, the moderator assisting in patching speakers in when their turn comes up. Following the last speaker On the speakers list, I will go over the speakers list of who were not present earlier and give them an opportunity to speak. After hearing from speakers, we'll also go into then discussion of the motion. I would like to remind council members your amendments must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them, and please ensure the city clerk has received your amendment before it is your turn to speak. So, council, we will now continue with item 12, aligning the cannabis license fee structure to support Vancouver businesses. At the council meeting on February 9th, this motion was moved and introduced by Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Dominato. At the Standing Committee meeting on February 10th, we heard up to Speaker 6 before recessing for the evening. We will now continue to hear speakers on this motion. Speakers will be heard via phone. So our next speaker is Speaker 7, Mike Babbins. Mike Babbins, are you on the line?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. So go
Okay,
ahead.
perfect.
Yeah, go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Great. I'd like to start saying thank you for finally addressing this issue. My wife and I own Evergreen Cannabis, which, as I'm sure you're aware, was the first licensed cannabis store in the city of Vancouver. We are also members of Acres, and we are in support of Motion B8. Evergreen Cannabis is a small business. We create jobs. $34,000 a year is the living wage of a full-time employee. We desperately need to hire another employee, but I just paid this year's fee, and we simply don't have the funds. To put it in perspective, this is the third year we're paying this fee, which means we have now paid over $100,000 for a business license. My biggest concern about this fee is the lack of services that we actually get. A few months ago, I arrived at the shop to find that an illegal delivery service had postered my entire block right in front of my store so that anybody waiting outside would see their ad. When I called 311, I was informed that it would take up to 2 weeks to send someone to clean the poles, and they advised me not to do it myself. When legalization came in, the province told us that we needed to cover our windows. I asked them to speak with the city as I found the Vancouver open window policy a lot safer for our staff. Nobody from the previous administration backed me up, and because of that, all the licensed stores in the city of Vancouver have covered windows. Now, I understand the initial cost, as cannabis was illegal when these fees were originally created. Now, when I've asked why the fee is still so high, I was informed that it's because the province is not sharing funds from the excise tax. I was under the impression that licensing was to cover costs and not create profits. It gives me pause. If B8 were to pass, would I be compensated for what I have paid in the past, knowing that it was used in an inappropriate way? Why has the city been so hesitant to provide a breakdown of the costs? This really doesn't make me feel confident in the transparency of local government as both a business owner and a resident of the city of Vancouver. Thank you.
And thank you very much. And if you stay on the line, you do have questions from a councillor. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead for up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks very much. I just have thanks for being here and thanks for speaking today. I have one follow-up question, and you were speaking about the open and covered windows policy, and I just wonder if you could go into a bit more detail how that changed for you with the provincial regulations and what your comments
Sure.
are. I understand your comments related to the city's role in that.
But before legalization, when the city was licensing us as medical marijuana service, one of the stated rules was that our windows had to be open so that anybody walking by could see in. So if there was anything suspicious going on, the police could be called quickly. Now, the province put up the rule, I think it was actually originally a federal rule, that windows had to be covered because they didn't want children seeing cannabis in the store. Now, when legalization came through, a decision hadn't been made between the city and the province as to if that would be enforced or not. I know for a fact that in the province of Alberta, they are not covering the windows. The province stood with the retailers, and it's a lot safer. So when it happened here, and I was the first store, so the decision hadn't been made, I told our the person granting our license, you're going to have to speak with the city councillors and come to a conclusion on this. City councillor or whoever it was at the time didn't fight for what the city had decided, and I was told my windows had to be covered. If you go by any cannabis store now, all of our windows are blocked out. You can't see in.
Right.
If you're walking by and someone happens to be, doing anything inappropriate, nobody knows.
I'm just going to jump in because I only have 3 minutes, and I just want to follow up on that. And you said for safety and
Sure.
seeing it. Do you feel that it would be safer, or have you had issues yourself or with your store having the covered windows? Is safety the primary consideration for you?
Yeah, it is a concern. Luckily, we haven't had issues. We are in Kitsilano, where if you know the statistics, we have the lowest number of robberies during the day, but the highest number of break-ins at night. So luckily, nothing's happened. But the safety issue, and I'm sure if you could speak to the VPD, having windows that you could see in, or someone walking by, going to a different store would notice something, it would get help to us a lot faster.
Okay, that's helpful to know. I'll leave it there because if we have a limited amount of time, but I appreciate your insight. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You do have more questions. Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead. Sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Hardwick, you are next for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. So cutting to it, you're paying 30-odd thousand in business taxes for all intents and purposes, and you're not getting the value out of it of $100,000 odd dollars into it. What do you think is a more appropriate level of business taxes to you on the property? What do you think it should be aligned?
First of all, I mean, I do pay business taxes on top of this, right? So I am paying business taxes. But
This
for
is
the
just your
licensing, I think it
license.
should be.
Yeah.
This is just for the license from the city. It should be aligned at least to what the alcohol stores are paying. In my
Can you
mind,
give
it
us an
shouldn't be any
idea?
higher than what they're.
So what do they pay?
I think they're paying. They're paying $4,000 a year.
So, and yours is how much again? 30?
34,000.
So you're paying
That's higher than
$30,000 more than a liquor store.
Exactly, and twice as much as the P&E.
Wow. And what about insurance? Do you have any sense of different costs of insurance between a liquor store, for example, and a cannabis store?
I don't know what a liquor store pays. I do know our insurance is quite high because we're considered high risk, mainly because it's a new industry. I also have to pay additional fees to my bank each month because they have to monitor the accounts because we're considered high risk.
So you're a high-risk business in a new space, and you've been a trailblazer there, and you're trying to find a way of again, like any small business, balance your income to expenses. So how is your income doing? I guess is a question that you'd also have to address.
Okay, well, we're doing fine. We're surviving, but as mentioned, I could be hiring more. I actually need 3 more staff members, and we can't do it right now because we just paid that fee. We are surviving. We're doing okay. We're making a reasonable profit, and we have 13 employees at the moment. But I don't think that's actually related. So we have 13 employees at the moment. Yep.
Well, really, my point was that this is an industry that has been encouraged now that it's legal, and I think the hope of all levels of government was that it was going to bear fruit in terms of profitability and returning money into the system. But I take your point. A $30,000 lift off of what a liquor store would be paying, when you take into consideration all of the other costs, it does beg consideration. So thank you for speaking to us today.
Great. Thank you,
My pleasure.
Councillor Hardwick. And you still do have more questions. So on to you, Councillor DeGenova, for up to 3 minutes.
Thanks so much. And thank you, first of all, for speaking and waiting so patiently. But second of all, for going through this difficult process. I know that as the first to do this, you did this at a time when there were a lot of other illegal stores still open. And as you've said, there still are, those proprietors that aren't possibly following the rules. Um, I'm I'm curious also to understand sort of because this is to remove a barrier, and you've talked about the barrier. Do you find there's a barrier, and it's come up before, but when council makes a decision, that's one thing, but the Board of Variance can overturn a staff recommendation or a decision. So for instance, when we say on our City of Vancouver website that cannabis stores have to be a certain distance from each other, from a school, same with liquor stores, is that a concern to you that aside from paying all of this money, you go through a process, and as I've learned, there's a number of decisions the Board of Variance has overturned. I'm not sure if that affects you, but is that something that you also find troubling? I hear you on the amount of money, but I'm also trying to consider some of the other barriers you may face.
That's kind of a hard question to answer because we were, I think, 2 meters too close to a school, and luckily the Board of Variance voted in favor of us. So I actually really like the fact that these rules, in the end, can be given to a group of people to discuss and see if they're reasonable or not. But they can't decide who should be.
Oh, sorry. I just have.
But I would not be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would not.
No,
I would not be happy if
maybe
the
you
Board
were
of Variance.
getting into it. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. I'm saying so. They have that when reasonable matters where they say, hey, this is just a few feet off, that makes sense. But if they would go and say we're going to allow another corporate chain store open up across the street from you so we couldn't compete, I would be quite disappointed. So there's certain rules which are helping the small businesses grow and giving us the space we require, and I would want those to still be followed. But in cases of reason, of minute issues, I think it's quite important that they are there to address them. I hope that made sense.
Yeah. Councillor DeGenova,
Okay.
you have only 5 seconds.
And I hear you on the fee, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
For speaking.
And still more questions for you, Councillor.
I'm popular, aren't I?
Yeah, Council's very energetic right now. Councillor Bly, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you for coming to speak. It might be that you were, as you said, the first legal cannabis store, so perhaps somebody who we could ask more questions of. And I actually just have one question that hasn't already been asked, and that is, the motion directs is going to ask staff to come back with a different fee structure. And I'm wondering if and there's many different kinds of fee structures that municipalities in BC use, as well as across the country. Is there any particular, is there any fee structure that you prefer, that you've read about or learned about that you think would work really well?
I truthfully, I don't know very well. Obviously, I'm going to say whatever makes it as low as possible. That's because it's in my interest. But I really can't comment on that. I would say that if there was one which took into account the ownership of the store, if it's a giant chain with multiple locations, with more money backing it compared to a small mom and pop shop, I would expect those with basically deeper pockets and more investors, I would expect them to be higher. But in reality, just whatever keeps it most reasonable for all retailers. I want us to be treated the way any other industry would be treated. We're a legal substance now. We're not we're working within the system. We've worked harder than anyone else to get to this phase because we've had to jump through all the hoops, and it's unfair that there's no reason on paper why we should be paying more than any other store.
Yeah, no, I've heard that loud and clear. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Chair Carr, I think you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Those are your questions, and thank you very much for your patience in hearing those questions and being willing to answer them, and for coming to speak to us. Moving on, is Matthew Greenwood on the line?
Hello?
Yes. Do you want to speak just a little bit louder?
Is that better?
That is better. So you go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you, Chair Carr, and hello to everybody listening. Good afternoon, City Councilors, staff, and observers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this motion, which I am wholeheartedly in favor of, support, want it passed. I'm going to be speaking from two perspectives today. One is a partner in a small business, which is known as Up and Smoke Cannabis Retailer Store. We are located at 258 West Broadway, which is roughly about 4 blocks from City Hall. The average age of our ownership is 32, and we are the exact demographic that we all wanted to see running cannabis stores after legalization, as we did transition. But I will also be speaking as the president of the Association of Canadian Cannabis Retailers, which I will refer to as ACRES moving forward. So I'm going to start my 5 minutes talking as a small business owner, and then I'll close it out with a little bit from ACRES. I hope that makes sense. So a little bit about Open Smoke. We opened in July 2020, right in the middle of the pandemic. Upon opening, we paid the City of Vancouver $17,000. This took a large bite out of our operating budget, but we persisted and we had budgeted for this fee. At opening, we had 7 full-time employees and 4 part-time employees. On December 31st, 2020, we paid the City of Vancouver $34,000. And now we have 5 full-time employees and 2 part-time employees. That $34,000 fee, as referenced earlier, could have easily covered some labor costs and not had to let people go. Unfortunately, this timing was terrible as it was during the holidays and Christmas during a pandemic, keeping the hardship on our small business and its employees. To date, we have paid the City of Vancouver $54,000. We asked the city if we could do a payment plan of monthly installments to ensure that our operating capital wasn't eaten up by this annual one-time massive fee. Unfortunately, we were told that this option would never be available and to pay up by December 31st, 2020. Now, I need to be very clear here. If we had the opportunity to pay on a monthly installment basis, that would have made a world of difference for our small business. However, the reply that I received was to pay up, full stop, and there would be no conversation on this. What really hurt was about a week after we had learned that the City of Vancouver was actually potentially considering a payment plan, and it was with a rather large company that only has 1 store. I need to tell you all that even though it wasn't verified, the information still made my heart sink. It made me feel that unless I was a well-capitalized behemoth, our small business would not have a home in the City of Vancouver, let alone the cannabis industry. So now I will speak on behalf of ACRES. You have heard some of the collective hardships facing cannabis businesses in this city during these proceedings. I appreciate the city is facing some unprecedented challenges due to COVID. And I want to acknowledge that one of those challenges is generating revenue during our new normal. Part of our advocacy at ACRES has been to request that the province fulfill its commitment to the municipalities. We urge them to follow through. They must allocate a portion of the 75 cents on the dollar in the excise tax that they are collecting per gram of regulated cannabis sold through our municipalities, just like the City of Vancouver, specifically to municipalities like Vancouver that fostered this emerging sector. ACRES supports the UBCM motion resolution passed in 2020 on this topic. Our team will continue to deliver the message, and the message is please share the promised excise funds with the municipalities to our provincial elected officials at every opportunity. Now, you've heard a lot from me, and I know you probably have questions, so I will leave you with a final thought. Cannabis retailers, including myself, Mr. Babbins, and large companies, are not asking for special treatment when we ask for this fee to be realigned. This fee is the highest in the province for no discernible reason. It's a holdover from policy developed prior to federal legalization, which we as legacy business owners are grateful for. But now that fee, which was initially installed to create some sort of regulation, is now causing undue hardship on small cannabis businesses. I ask you all to support this motion, and I thank you for your time and your attention to this matter, and I hope you all have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you very much. And if you want to stay on the line, you do have, and by the way, perfectly timed at 5 minutes. But if you would like to stay on the line, you have questions from councillors.
Let's go. I'm loving it.
First, Councillor DiGenova, up to 3 minutes.
Much.
You're breaking up a little, Councillor DiGenova.
If I may call. Oh, can you hear me? Oh,
I can hear you.
I might just turn my video if that helps with my Wi-Fi. Well,
that helps. That does help.
Great. I'm glad that you
set your timer.
You can hear me. Maybe perfect. Thank you. Thanks so much to council and for being in there for over a couple of weeks, Mr. Greenwood, if I may call you that. I'm wondering if you might be able to insight aside from the fee.
Councillor DiGenova, you are still
and
breaking
having
up.
fairness.
So sorry, your question broke up. Please repeat it.
The speaker hear me?
You did break up a bit.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can hear you just great.
Can you hear me now? Great. Thank you. So I just wondered, I mean, does it concern you if some of the other rules, I'd asked a previous speaker, not sure if you'd heard that, about the Board of Variance sort of not, I suppose, making allowances that would allow, I understand that some cannabis dispensaries are on the same block after you've entered into this process and based on that.
Just one second, Councillor DiGenova. I'm actually going to ask that you not ask that question because it is not pertinent. It's not pertinent to the subject matter, which is fees, not locations.
Are you stopping my timer there, Chair Carr? Because this motion does talk. This motion, the whereas clauses, talks about fairness, and other councillors have asked about that. So, is there a reason I can't ask?
Yes, because I've reread the motion. Whereases are not the subject of debate. It is only the operative clauses, which are the clauses around the resolution, and that is around the fees, nothing to do with locations. So I'm going to ask all councillors to please focus on the actual subject matter of the motion. Thanks very much, Councillor DiGenova, and I did stop your timer.
Thank you. I'll focus on clause number 3 that talks about enforcement and enforcement of specific pieces of the requirements for cannabis dispensaries. Do you feel that right now you're getting good value for your money in enforcement of this?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No way, sirree, Bob. No. I have not received a shred of value for this fee.
Okay, so can you elaborate a little on that? I have about a minute and a half left, but
go stand on the 200 block.
When it comes to enforcement.
Yeah, I can just tell you that unregulated operators get enforced upon in the morning and open in the afternoon, and that's the only comment that I will make that basically tells you how enforcement is going in this city.
Okay, so is it fair to say that licensing fee is not going to fix all of the problems for cannabis dispensaries, and it's broader than that, and broader than even perhaps just stepping up the enforcement and issuing a few more tickets? Do you believe that enforcement measures need to be broader than that?
No, I'm not even going to touch enforcement. I'm going to simply say that a $34,000 fee has nothing to do with enforcement. This is a business license. It's a piece of paper that sits in a frame on my wall. It has absolutely nothing to do. No. I shouldn't have to pay for that. You don't charge Safeway
So I have
$34,000.
30 seconds, but you feel that maybe some people are getting better value for their money if they pay $250 for a business license than you receive for $34,000, considering
Oh,
comparable
yes,
regulations. That's what I was trying to
absolutely.
say. Thank you, Mr. Greenwood.
Yes,
That's
you're
all my
welcome.
questions for you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Councillor DeGenova. And you do have more questions. Councillor Bly, go ahead for up to 30 seconds.
Thank you. And thanks very much to the speaker for being here. I'm going to take a bit of a different approach, but similar line of question to Councillor DeGenova, and that we know that the illegal market, illegal retailers are an issue, a big issue across the city. And so we talk about enforcement, that's what we're talking about. And that's under the provincial CSU is responsible for that, the community safety unit. I'm wondering, do you think, and it might be your sort of hypothesizing, it may not be something you have evidence for, but do you think that the high business license fee, which is essentially the last step in the process, and the length of time that it takes to get that fee or that license approved may have an unintended consequence of incentivizing illegal operations because of well-intentioned people having bills pile up and needing to cover those while they're waiting for the business license?
Absolutely.
Right. So if we focused on the actual business license regulatory framework and the fee, we could the sort of silver lining could be that we promote and establish a stronger legal market in the city, and by virtue of doing that, we sort of could very well extinguish the illegal market in the city, because consumers don't really care where they're going to purchase. It's just whoever is open and ready for business as a retailer. Would you agree with that?
100%.
Right. Okay, great. That's all I wanted to be. I just wanted to be really clear on your take on that piece of it. And I guess one final question I asked the previous speaker, and you may or may not know, but do you have a fee structure that you feel would be more equitable to retailers?
Yes, it should be the exact same thing as a private liquor store. There's no difference. We buy from the same supplier. We follow the same rules made by the same office. There's no reason why private liquor should not be the same as us. So yes, they should be the same as private liquor, which I believe is $1,200.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you for answering my questions, and thank you for being here and coming back on a second day. That's great.
Great.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Bly. Yeah, and there's still more questions. Thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Hi, Mr. Greenwood. So I just wanted to explore the notion of timing for this proposed change in the motion, which suggests that staff prepare an alternate fee structure with recommendations to take effect by the next renewal of the business license fee. So when are you paying your business license fee now? When was the last time you paid it, and when are you up?
For 2021, I paid it December 31st, 2020 at 11:53 a.m. by a credit card. Yeah.
So you did it.
So it will be the 31st of this month, of this year, of December.
Okay. So you're fully kind of on board with the recommendation and understanding that this would take effect for 2022 for the next year.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I would just offer that we will, as an association, as well as I think from all cannabis retailers in Vancouver, we would be very happy to work with the city on this. We're here for you. We want to work together.
Okay. One other question, if I can, while I have time, and that is the worker qualification regulation that you're required to get for your employees. Can you describe that process for me a little bit?
Yeah, so basically it's a 2-page application. It's double-sided. You send it to the employee once you hire them, and then they send it in and they pay the government $100 to basically do a background check. And that background check is the same level of background check that anybody working with children would go through. And it's the only industry outside of working with children that requires said background check.
Okay, but it also includes the serving it right as a requirement. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's an additional cost though. So sorry, you asked me for the $100 fee. There's two fees. There's the $100 fee, and then I believe the course is $40. I took it in the summer, so.
Okay. And have you had, I mean, and you don't have to answer these questions, but have you had issues like employees that have not passed that? Has that been
No,
an issue
no,
for you?
no, that has never been an issue for me. And frankly, it's an open book test, so it's very hard to fail it.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to leave it there, but thanks for
No
speaking
problem.
today.
Okay,
No worries.
thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. And again, more questions. Councillor Bly, up to
I
you.
just
3 minutes. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had one quick follow-up question. You were sort of outlining the fees that you paid. Could you tell, you don't have to answer as well, but if you could share how those fees that you paid in the last year, how much of your gross profit, the in proportion, do those fees account for?
Oh, I've got no problem sharing that with you all. That actually accounted for 35% of our gross profit. And I'm going to say that again, 35%.
Okay, that's my time. Thank you.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much. And those are indeed all of your questions. So thank you very much for not only presenting, but answering the questions brought to you by councillors.
Thank you.
And the next speaker on the list is Jeremy Jacob. Madam, I'm sorry, clerk, is Jeremy Jacob on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, absolutely. You're very clear. Go ahead to speak to council for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Carr, and thank you, Councillor Bly, for putting forward this motion. I want to thank the Mayor and Council for your time to consider this matter. It's very important for many of us. Of course, I'm in favor of this motion as a cannabis retailer. My name again is Jeremy Jacob. I'm a past president of Acres and a current member. I spent 4 years in the role of president there and had conversations ranging from the Roundtable Federal Task Force in 2016 to the Senate in 2018, and I've met with the mayor and many of you on the cannabis cause. So I think that one of the main focuses that we had was ensuring that there was a place in the new regulated market for many of the pioneers who literally put their risk at freedom to see the rightful legalization of this plant. So we do now have that transition opportunity, and that's a great thing. I think it adds to the story and to the fabric of the culture of this plant in British Columbia. But as a small business, there are many barriers against growth in this new market. Of course, with the provincial government as the regulator and the Walmart of the industry, margins have shrunk tremendously. Untaxed and paying no license fees whatsoever, the unregulated industry in BC and Vancouver is going strong. BC also has the lowest per capita buy-in to regulated cannabis in Canada. So what this means is that there's quite a tough situation that's evolved for compliant retailers in the city of Vancouver. The regulated program, the barriers to entry include a significant leasehold period from 1 to 2 years and considerable professional fees before licensing. This really impacts your future return on investment. So for us, we've had 2 additional license attempts that were unsuccessful. The most recent one was at 3450 East Hastings Street, where we paid a lease for a year, and we saw an unregulated cannabis shop operating a block away from our location, earning while we were getting in the hole, basically. So that did not work out for us. So we ended up having to lay off about 6 to 8 staff, 3 in our head office and about 4 retail staff. So my wife and I are now working time and a half to keep the business operating. The $35,000 license fee that we paid at the end of December felt extremely punitive, especially when our business is struggling. This is equivalent to roughly a month's overhead for a small business in the sector, or a full-time employee paid $17 an hour. So it adds yet another barrier in place for the working and middle class to become a part of this legal industry. And by definition, this barrier extends to Black, Indigenous, and people of color who statistically are less wealthy and have access to less wealth than others in this country. So the small business sector in cannabis is threatened, And Vancouver's license fee definitely adds and compounds to that challenge. And this is also in the face of the federal promise for evidence-based policies to govern this sector. Our bylaws in the City of Vancouver were drafted in 2015. 6 years ago, they're essentially unchanged, and 2 years post-legalization. So clearly, our bylaws that govern us here in this municipality don't deliver on the federal promise of evidence-based policies. So I would ask Council to approve this motion set forth by Councillor Bly. And further to that, I would ask that measures to reduce this burden on cannabis retailers should be implemented as soon as possible, rather than at the next renewal cycle. With the knowledge that these fees are wildly out of line with, the governing or the regulation of our regulated business at the municipal level, there's no real reason to maintain this fee for another 10 and a half months. I think relief for the sector is due and appropriate. So that's the extent of my comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your comments, and you don't have any questions, but very much appreciate you coming to speak to Council. Thank you.
Okay, my pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. The next speaker on the list is number 10, Owana Nicaragua. Is Owana Nicaragua on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to Council.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair Carr, and thank you, Honorable Mayor Stewart and Council. I know Mayor Stewart's not there, but thank you to everyone today. Thank you for the opportunity to address these long-standing concerns. I am speaking in support of this motion and on behalf of Eggs Canna, a cannabis retailer with 3 stores in the City of Vancouver. I'd just like to offer a little bit of history on the bylaw and the framework in the City of Vancouver. From 2015 to 2018, City staff worked on introducing new cannabis framework. In 2015, the need to create this framework arose from the proliferation of illegal storefronts. Later, in 2018, the need to revise the existing framework came as federal and provincial legalization was introduced. In a June 2018 memorandum to Mayor and Council, it was clearly stated that full cost recovery is an objective shared by many municipalities and staff, along with and including VPD, whom are currently compiling the estimated one-time and ongoing expenditures for pre- and post-legalization. The BC government has not revealed its cost-sharing formula, but is expected to bring $50 million in 2018 fiscal year and $75 million in 2019 fiscal year, which the city in its written submission states is anticipating to have full recovery from revenues generated by cannabis-related taxes for the implementation of the cannabis framework. So as stated in 2018, the City of Vancouver intended on recovering any and all costs through its portion of the tax revenues. To now change course and insinuate that the only way to recover costs is to unfairly and arbitrarily tax retailers is an egregious breach of public trust and service. 2 important questions then come to mind if we follow this logic. Will the city reimburse retailers once the cost sharing by the province is actualized? And secondly, once all fees are covered by the province cost sharing policies, will retailers be afforded the service in question for free? With these questions in mind, I would like to address some specific fees and costs. As of February 9th, 2021, the City of Vancouver has 37 legal cannabis retailers listed on their website, which have each paid their fees. The city has collected a total of $1.28 million in business license and annual development fees. Between 2015 and 2020, annual costs ranged from $126,000 in 2015 to $780,000 in 2019, unless costs unexplainably ballooned in 2021 and excluding all other fees, tickets, and settlements collected. The business license and development fees collected in 2021 are over projected costs by $500,000. It would appear that the city is now profiting from these fees. Approved funding. City staff demonstrated that funding was needed to create a framework for medical marijuana-related retail uses, MMRU, to help with the proliferation of illegal storefronts. From 2013 to 2015, the number of illegal cannabis-related businesses in Vancouver grew by 100%. In the first 6 months of 2015, there was an increase from 60 to 100 businesses. So, to suggest that expenses derived from implementation of cannabis framework deemed necessary by staff to neutralize illegal stores caused by lack of enforcement by both city and VPD is a reasonable cost to be passed to legal operators is absurd. According to a June 29, 2020 memorandum, city spent $483,000 of its budget in 2019 on compliance and enforcement, with another $417,000 in 2020. More than half of the city's projected cost is spent on enforcement of illegal operators that have nothing to do with legal storefronts. As of April 2019, only 3 cannabis retail stores were operating legally. 60 had development permits, but were still operating illegally. 20 had no permits. Between 2021, most of the budget spent on enforcement was due to a problem caused by city and VPD almost a decade prior to legalization. Why are legal stores now being penalized? No other municipality has put enforcement costs as part of a licensing fee for legal stores. This goes against logic applied to the cost recovery mandate. The city has a right to recoup costs associated with the service. The city does not have a right to add costs that are not a direct result of the service being provided. Enforcement of illegal storefront should not be a burden to a legal retailer entering the market legally and following due process. Lastly, the city does not enforce legal storefronts. The city's jurisdiction starts and ends with property use. The province enforces compliance of legal storefronts. Ergo, enforcement fees being imposed on legal storefronts is in contravention of the city's own bylaw and authority.
And
When comparing
that is your time.
Oh,
that is your time.
Okay.
So thank you so much. And you don't have any questions at the moment, but oh, actually you do. So I'm just going to ask you if you could stay on the line to answer those questions, please.
Sure.
Councillor Bly, go ahead for up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chair Card. Sorry, I got on the list at the last second there.
Okay.
Thank you for coming to speak and share your experience. That was a lot of information in detail, which is great. I just want to touch on, you identified close to $500,000 has been spent on enforcement in 2019. And I just, similar to the question that I asked the previous speaker, and I'm not sure if you heard it, was I want to sort of take a different approach in the sense that charging higher fees to enforce, to fund enforcement of illegal shops seems wrong-headed. I agree. But I also think there's an assumption that sort of criminals are running the illegal shops. And I just wonder if you have a sense of whether or not they may actually be well-intentioned business owners who have sort of found themselves stuck in this cycle, as the previous speaker spoke to the high costs of acquiring a lease until actual legal, full licensed legal operation, which could be 2 years. I just wonder how many people get caught in that space where then they just start selling, not that it's to condone it, but they start selling cannabis as a way to survive, hoping that eventually they'll get their ducks in a row. And there's just a bit of a loophole there. I just wonder your take on that, because we're sort of seeing that emerge as people are speaking today.
Yeah, I would probably say that there are a few who did in fact get stuck in that cycle. I'll also say that it's interesting that the city of Vancouver only will, when they're asked for enforcement of a site, they'll only look at the actual land use, because they've stated that that's all they could look at in their bylaw. So because of that, they can be operating for 1 to 2 years. The city of Vancouver will actually not say, yes, they've been operating illegally, so don't give them a license. So yes, that encourages some operators, knowing that, to open and operate illegally, because they know that the city will only has jurisdiction over land use. But this again ties in, if the city only has jurisdiction over land use, then really we shouldn't be paying bill for enforcement.
Okay, got it. Just switching gears quickly, is do you have fee structures that you have experienced in other jurisdictions that you would recommend?
Yes, I would agree with one of my colleagues. I believe it was Matthew, what he said. And I just want to clarify, cold beer and wine stores actually pay $429. And then depending on the size, there's a maximum fee of $3,219. So what I would actually say is that logic should be applied to cannabis retailers. And like Matthew has said, we purchase from the LDB. We're regulated by the LCRB. There is no difference. So I would say that the cold beer and wine fee structure is very much so applicable to us.
Okay, that's my
And
time.
that's your
So,
time. Yes, thank you so much. So thank you for speaking to council and for being willing to answer questions of councillors. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next speaker on the list, council has withdrawn. That's speaker 11. So we're on to speaker 12, Aaron Richardson. Is Aaron Richardson on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfectly. Go ahead
Hello?
for up to 5 minutes. Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Up to 5
Uh,
minutes to council.
Thank you. City Councilors, my name is Aaron Richardson, representing Sunrise Cannabis located at 2943 Kingsway near Rupert in the Collingwood area of Vancouver. I speak in support of this motion. Established in 2015, Sunrise Cannabis is the community-supported, locally owned, and minority-owned small business. We have been active in the legalization movement and led by example in our responsibility and accountability over the years. We have hosted Vancouver City Councillors, members of Parliament, the BC Cannabis Secretariat, and members of the LCRB on tours of our facility in order to educate our policymakers and have them meet some of the people we serve in our community. We have been afforded the opportunity to give back to our community. We have taught people with mental health issues and developmental disabilities how to perform basic tasks such as washing windows, mowing a lawn, and even manning our front door, giving them a sense of dignity and self-confidence. We have donated high-potency cannabis oils to cancer patients and to people coming off of hard drugs as a part of a harm reduction program. We have sold cannabis at our cost to seniors living on fixed incomes. Since transitioning to this new legal cannabis environment, we have found it financially difficult to provide these community services anymore, and we are no longer able to employ the unemployable in our community. Today, over 2 years post-legalization, many of the mom-and-pop cannabis shops in Vancouver have been replaced by publicly traded or private equity-backed corporate brands, some of which are based outside of BC. By their nature, these companies place emphasis on low-paying labor and bottom-line returns to shareholders. That's what we are fostering here in Vancouver now. And these companies will pay the city's ridiculous business license fees because it represents yet another barrier to entry for the small business entrepreneur who happens to live in this community. It took my partners and I almost 22 months from the day we applied for our provincial license to the day we were licensed by the province and the city to legally operate a cannabis storefront. After the passage of the Cannabis Act, we eventually closed our store in order to transition to the legal market. And over the course of that closure time, we paid rent, insurance, building maintenance, renovations to comply with provincial regulations, only to open right in the middle of the pandemic. We had to raise additional money to get back open after all that time and to ensure that we could offer our services in a safe and responsible manner. We have suffered an unusual economic hardship due to the slow government licensing process and the pandemic. Instead of showing us some compassion, like the other small businesses in the city, Vancouver instead raised our business license to $33,958, and we are made to now pay a perpetual annual development fee of $757 in addition as a contingency. At one time, we employed 30 local people in Vancouver, paying competitive wages to any retail business. Today, we employ 8 people, and if it wasn't for our amazing Collingwood community who have supported us since we reopened, I would not be here talking to you today. The small business cannabis operators need help, not in 2022 or 2023, but now. It doesn't matter about the legacy of the MMRU bylaw. It doesn't matter about the cost city staff report to be incurring, or whether the province is sharing cannabis tax revenue with the city or not. Pure and simple, these cannabis retail-related fees are unfair, unjustified, and an insult to small business owners like me who are just trying to serve our community, provide a decent wage to the incredible staff that keep our customers coming back. And that's the end of my speech, but I do want to add that my staff and I were held at gunpoint, and I've had BPD as well as our security consultants state that these window coverings are putting everyone's lives at risk. And I'll leave it at that.
Great, thank you. And you do have questions from councillors if you'd like to stay on the line.
Sure.
And Councillor Kirby-Young, you're first for up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for being here. A couple of questions. One on sort of the fee and how it impacts your ability in terms of staff and that. You touched on the difference between corporate stores paying lower wages, and that's what I think you said, that's what the environment that we were fostering. Do you pay your staff more than the workers in corporately owned stores?
You'd have to compare it to what the corporate stores are offering, but from what I understand is they're paying in the marketplace. Absolutely. The difference is this: I live in this community, and I pick up some of my staff on my way to work. We give back to the community. The parking in this area is.
I appreciate that, and I do have limited time, so I don't want to cut you off. I just want to be clear. So you're not sure how your wages compare. I just have to go through these questions quickly.
Well, we definitely pay more. We definitely pay more than these big companies that have stores all the way across the country. For sure, we do.
Okay, and then on the windows, because that's come up a couple of times as it relates to sort of requirements, which is provincial. But I was doing some searching, so it was brought up by the last speaker, and noting some coverage that said in 2020, the BC Attorney General indicated that cannabis retailers are no longer required to cover their windows. Although you can't have visible line of sight to products, you have to arrange the store to accommodate that, but you don't need to have covered windows. So are you aware of that?
That's not true.
That's not correct.
Listen, I will have an LCRB inspector here on the 24th, and I'd be happy to record exactly out of her mouth what the requirement is. But I can tell you right now that, practically speaking, yes, you don't have to have covered windows, but the contingency is that you can't be able to see any object inside the store through those windows, any object that may be associated with cannabis. So basically, you got to have your windows covered.
Okay, that's important clarification. Thank you. I'm going to leave it there.
Great, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. And Councillor Hardwick, you're next, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. So we've heard from various speakers that the cost of a license is orders of magnitude larger than wine and beer stores. We've heard, that we're trying to normalize cannabis in a similar way that we have with wine and beer in our communities. You, notwithstanding the issue around having your windows covered, you said that you had been held up at gunpoint, right?
Correct.
Do you see any difference, and I'm going to circle back on my logic on this, of running a cannabis store? Do we know that, do we get liquor stores or wine and beer stores held up at gunpoint at the same sort of level? Or is it more likely to happen in a cannabis store?
Well, look, this is a police question, but I can tell you that because by Vancouver's nature, we've had cannabis retail happening in the city for quite some time, and operating under conditions where we couldn't establish debit and credit card transactions and things like that, so there'd be cash in the store. A lot of these potential assailants would know this information, and that probably motivated them to rob cannabis stores. Cannabis stores just have that stigma, so they're a target to some extent. But
the reason for my question was because
sure.
So the reason for my question, what I'm trying to figure out is, we know there's a big difference in the license cost between cannabis stores and beer and wine stores. Presumably the business license has associated with it some kind of service. And so what I'm trying to differentiate between is if there's really any additional service that needs to be afforded cannabis stores versus beer and wine stores. And if there is or there's not, what are the orders of magnitude difference? Are they the same? Should there be equivalency, or is there a spectrum of difference? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I appreciate the question, Council Young, but I don't think that there's much of a difference in what we do and what liquor stores do. I mean, we're selling a product; it's a retail product, and we want to be as transparent with the community as possible. Having covered windows makes us look shady. I mean, look at these vape stores. I mean, it doesn't look well. It doesn't look good for the city either. There's no reason for it. Why? So, yeah. Anyway, so.
Okay, so we've established then that there isn't an order of magnitude difference in the services that would be paid for by your business license. So in that case, what would you say? Do you think it should be the same, or do you think it should be half of what it is now, or how? If you could pull it out of, what do you think would be fair?
I appreciate that question too. I agree with the previous speakers. I think it should be in line with the liquor stores and what they pay. I don't see the business operation as being much different, to be honest. We're both dealing with controlled substances, and so yeah, I don't see there being any difference.
So you mentioned, I think,
Councillor Hardwick, you're well over your time.
Thank you very much. I forgot it was only 3 minutes, not 5.
Right.
Sorry.
No problem. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah.
Councillor, go ahead.
You don't have to answer this, of course, but would you tell me, give me some ballpark as to how profitable your business is?
How profitable we are? Well, we've been open for 3 weeks, and so we're not profitable. We're actually operating severely in the red at the moment.
Okay, thanks.
In fact, we had to actually raise money amongst our families in order to get the store reopened after all the time that we were down.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Sure.
You still do have questions, Councillor Fry? Up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for presenting. You've read the motion that we're discussing today?
Yes.
Yeah. So the last enactment clause talks about the worker qualification regulation under Cannabis Control and Licensing Act and Distribution Act. Is that referring to the Selling It Right program?
I don't have the motion in front of me at the moment, but yes, as previous speakers have said, there's. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So I'll just quickly read it. No, go ahead. It's talking about the undue cost and burden associated with.
Yeah, it's an unusual cost. It's an unusual cost because there's no other industry that has to deal with this qualification. We put an ad out to hire staff before we opened, and I would say out of the 500 applicants that we had, probably no more than 30 had both their verification and the Selling It Right certificate.
So sorry. Okay, so the Selling It Right, $35, not incredibly onerous, similar to the Serving It Right. What's the other one that's required?
It's a workers verification. It's a security background check.
So like a police check kind of thing.
Yes, and that's the $100 some odd fee. And it also takes, the other part of that is, if somebody wants to get it, they can't. It just doesn't just happen. If they've had previous infractions of some sort, it may be a month until they get their worker verification. So you might have interviewed somebody and they're great, and then they go to get their worker verification, they can't get it in time for us to hire them.
I had to get a police background check for this job. So, some jobs do require. Okay, so we're talking like $135 is the worker requirement if we're adding those two fees together.
Correct.
Please. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank
Great.
you.
Okay, and you still do have questions. Councillor Bly, up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to ask a few questions to clarify at the previous line of questioning. So the selling it right and the worker qualification are separate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's not, so as I understand it, and it's very confusing and it goes back and forth. It's not the same as a criminal record check, which is what the counts, which is where you go and, like, we had to do a criminal record check to be city councilors. You have to get a criminal record check to be a security guard, whatever. Then
Yes.
there's an added verification, which is the worker verification that's specific to the cannabis industry, correct?
Yes. And yes, because, like, for example, I coach little kids in soccer and baseball. I had to go get that police check at VPD.
Exactly. So we're not asking to take away that police. We're not asking to take away that police check. We're asking to take away the extra layer of worker verification that's specific to the cannabis industry.
Yes, the worker verification.
Right. I just want to be really clear that is not a background check, specifically as it would be compared to something like the criminal record check and fingerprints and things like that. So that you clarified. It's a different verification. Yeah, they both exist.
That is correct. It is different for sure.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Great. Okay, thank you. And Councillor DeGenova, over to you for 3 minutes.
Oh, thanks so much. I did have a question. I think it actually sort of stems from the previous question you were asked and your answer to this. Is, do you think that I understand our staff are doing work on this right now, and I too understand that there is a huge amount of difference between a $250 business license, $429, and looking at over $30,000, and then climbing a couple of percent every year. Do you feel that there's other work that needs to be done to sort of look at this holistically, including the nonprofit fees and enforcement? These are some of the things that I've been writing down as we've been going through speakers, and I'm just wondering if you feel that we need to more broadly consider some of the perhaps unintended consequences of the city's regulations specifically.
Sorry, I'm not sure I'm clear on your question, Councillor DeGenova.
I mean, right now, the motion calls very specifically for looking at the fee, but there's also measures of enforcement mentioned here. Do you feel that the picture is broader than this? That's what I heard in your answer, that there's other things that need to be considered as well to sort of put this in line and level the playing field.
In relation to the business fee?
Yes. Well, the business fee, but also maybe other barriers related to the industry. Does this address all of them?
Well, there's lots of issues that could be addressed at the municipal level, but I think that enforcement is out of the pure purview of the city now. So really, it's just a matter of your inspectors, recording where the illegal stores are and reporting to the CSU. It's a very simple task. I don't even think it's being done, to be honest, because I have 3 illegal stores right around where my store is. So, but again, I think that's more of a CSU issue.
Okay, and what about the fairness of, I suppose a business owner who's trying to follow the rules and do this the right way, looking for a location that meets all of the guidelines, and finding one and then having someone open up next door to them because of a decision made by a board appointed by city council. Like, do you think that that's a problem at all?
It seems like, Councillor, your questioning seems to be that you're trying to get us to say that we think that the BOV should not have any say in potentially overturning city council or city decisions. And I don't necessarily agree with that. I think the Board of Variance has a place in determining whether stores are able to be established. Our store was 1 meter off.
Yeah,
That is my time, and I
it
just
is.
wanted to say thank you, but also,
Yeah,
Chair Carr, I did want to, on a point of privilege, it was said I was trying to get someone to say something. I completely was not. I was asking a question, but I do appreciate the response, and it helps to put it in perspective, as to the other speakers.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor, you do have questions still, though. Councillor Weeb, up to 3 minutes.
I have two questions. First question is on the worker qualification regulations. It talks on the BC website that it is to ensure the risk, the integrity of the schemes under the BC Cannabis Control and Licensing Act are followed. So I'm just wondering, do you think that that regulation and that program has helped with this? And do you think it does provide a benefit to the industry to ensure there's compliance?
In terms of the workers verification program?
Yeah, the worker qualification program, yeah.
I don't think it serves any purpose, to be honest. I do people working in liquor stores have to have a workers verification? I don't think so.
Yeah.
So why are we explaining? Do they?
Well, I mean, in the businesses I own, you have to follow like different rules and regulations and get serving it right and other things to follow the rules.
No. Hold on a sec. Serving it right is a totally different thing. That's in our industry. It's called selling it right. It's the same. It's the equivalent of serving it right.
Okay,
that's
but we also
thing.
have food safe and others. Like different industries have different regulation standards to go under to ensure that they follow the integrity and ensure the new rules. So do not see this as similar to one of those. And it just seems like I
see it totally different.
How do you see this?
This is a background, some kind of investigation that's done by somebody who we don't know who it is. And it's done for an indeterminate period of time. And people either pass or they don't pass, and they get a very general reason if they don't pass. They can. My understanding is they can appeal it, but good luck with that. Yeah, it's very different from any other industry. There's no other industry I know that has this sort of thing.
Okay, and the second one, you talked about being a small retailer, and obviously we're looking at how we can support small retail in BC. Does that include the procurement process that you're able to provide? Like, are you able to purchase from craft retailers in cannabis yet? And what does that look like as you try to support other small businesses in the industry?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councillor Weeb. No, it's very difficult to purchase locally because BC-based cannabis producers and processors are often relegated to selling their products outside the province due to the fact that the LDB cannot offer the price that they need in order for them to be profitable. And so, it's not surprising that many of Vancouver's licensed cannabis stores are purchasing cannabis products from outside the province. This is the capital of cannabis in the nation and always has been. But for some reason, everybody lost track of that. And we haven't supported the local farmers. We haven't supported the local processors and processors.
Okay.
So it's very sad.
I'm hoping for your time. Yeah. Sorry.
Well, yeah, and I agree.
Councillor Weeb, you are out of time. So you still have questions. However, Councillor Fry, go ahead for up to 3 minutes.
No, I don't have 3 minutes. I have 45 seconds.
Oh, you do. That's true.
Just following up on that last comment, and we were indeed the capital of not legal cannabis growing for many years, and I think that's where the security piece comes in because there is a time limit. It's the security certificate's good for 5 years. And are you familiar with the Federal Cannabis Act, which actually mandates there's a 10-year mandate under the Cannabis Act that if the applicants contravened the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. So I think that is part of this larger federal envelope. Wouldn't you think that is part and parcel?
No, I don't. Look, I've been fighting for a just cause for a long time, which is the legalization of cannabis. And this situation with this workers' verification program is another unjust cause. No, it is not right. Some people have been given tickets for smoking cannabis in public, and now they can't work in the industry. That's ridiculous.
Okay, that's it for your. Oh, but wait a second. You do actually have more questions. Councillor Kirby Young, over to you for it looks like you have two. No, not much time. So go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, just a quick one. You said that somebody gets a ticket for smoking cannabis, they couldn't work there, but I'm reading here that I don't believe that that's the case. It says anyone that may have had an adverse interaction with the law does not mean necessarily the worker security verification will be denied. Are you aware of that?
Well, define adverse, whatever it is with law enforcement. What does that mean?
Okay, but you are aware that it doesn't preclude somebody from working.
That's pretty general, isn't it? It's pretty general, isn't it?
But getting a ticket for smoking cannabis does not mean they will not get a security screening.
Says who?
Okay, and that's it. Yep, quickly an answer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and that is it for your questions. So thank you again very much for both coming to speak and for answering all the questions of councillors. Very much appreciated. Is
Thank
Speaker
you.
13, thank you. Is Speaker 13, Eric Collings, on the line?
Oh, I'm on the line.
Thank you. We can hear you clearly, so you can address
Great.
council for up to 5 minutes.
Awesome. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Collings. I'm the Vice President of Store and Community Development for Choom Cannabis. Choom Cannabis is a Vancouver-based legal cannabis retailer voicing its support of Councillor Bly's motion today, aligning the cannabis license fee structure to support Vancouver businesses to the Mayor and City Councillors of Vancouver. Choom has managed to open 2 locations in Vancouver in the past 8 months during the current pandemic, incurring the astronomical licensing and permitting fees, while countless other businesses have shuttered as a result of the current state of the economy, non-cannabis and cannabis alike. $33,000 a year per store for a business license is an enormous financial output for legal cannabis companies, and despite perception, do not have profits to support the fees imposed. This financial barrier to entry is in addition to the countless other hurdles at the provincial and federal level for opening a legal cannabis store, some of which we've heard today. We continue to see countless illicit cannabis retailers operate within the city, both brick and mortar and online, with limited to no long-term enforcement. The city is unintentionally disadvantaging those that are going through the legal process and paying the $33,000 plus year licensing fee. Therefore, Choom is formally voicing its support of Councillor Bly's motion to provide a fair cannabis license fee structure to support Vancouver legal cannabis businesses. Choom remains committed to continue to work with the City of Vancouver, and our ask is that the fee contribution is equitable and fair, setting up success for both retailers and the city. Thank you very much.
Well, and thank you. And you don't have any questions, but very much appreciate you coming to speak. Oh, wait a second, you do. Sorry. So if you could just stay on the line, if that's okay. And Councillor Weeb, you can go ahead for up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of speakers today talk about the burden from city on some of these fees. I'm wondering, can the city support the industry to recognize that it could be a huge tourism driver and a huge part of our economy moving in the future?
Well, I think the answer to that comes with lowering the fees. So the business license fee, $33,000, if we're kind of on an equitable level playing field, as some of us have spoken, in comparison to liquor, I mean, that money could be put to better use to developing, community initiatives. Unfortunately, when it comes to tourism, I mean, it's unfortunate that there are some provincial and federal barriers that don't allow us to market and to advertise to the local community. So that definitely puts a hamper on driving that tourism in Vancouver. But $33,000 plus a year could definitely be put to better use in supporting community initiatives and raising the awareness of legal cannabis retailers in the city, driving that tourism.
And then second question is on the worker qualification regulation. Have you had a lot of people that have not been able to go through this process and has a big burden to the stores that you've talked to?
Good question, Councillor Weeb. So to my knowledge, with our two stores, we haven't had any issues with employees getting their worker qualification. However, I will say that that process is quite long, and we've had to push in multiple instances to get that so that they could start when the store opened.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Welcome. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for both speaking and answering questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And yeah, great. Speaker number 14, council is a duplicate, has already spoken to us. The name was just repeated, so we've removed that. Speaker number 15 is Brenton Raby. Are you on the line, Brenton Raby?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, so you can speak to council for up to 5 minutes.
Regarding Councillor Bly, members' motion B8, aligning the cannabis license fee structure to support Vancouver businesses. My name is Brenton Raby. I am calling from Nelson, BC. I support this motion. An understanding of the value of low-cost and accessible cannabis, its role in reducing overdose deaths, and in the alleviation of many ailments for many people is an important part of this conversation. We can acknowledge the minimal harm and cost to society that cannabis has, especially when compared to alcohol. Tim Stockwell, the director of the Canadian Institute for Substance Use Research at the University of Victoria, says, I'm happy to confirm that our soon-to-be updated estimates for the Canadian Substance Use Cost and Harm Study show that while cannabis is not harm-free, it contributes about 1/20th of the economic cost and harm that we get from alcohol. This is an edited quote from May 2020. Municipal overregulation and prohibitive fees have contributed to the artificial high prices and the artificial scarcities of cannabis at the retail level for consumers. We can encourage small cannabis retail businesses as a key part of COVID-19 economic recovery. For the second consecutive year, the BC Chamber of Commerce unanimously passed a resolution that calls for government policy changes that would enable better access to legal cannabis, in part by ensuring fairness. If the Provincial Community Safety Unit is encouraged to increase enforcement, it must be enforcement of regulations that are not arbitrary, and are the least intrusive possible. In Nelson, the cannabis recreational business license fee is $2,500, and if an application is forwarded to the city, the applicant will also be required to pay a $3,000 development permit fee. That's the basic. Retail wine and beer in Nelson, $210. A mall or a shopping center, $1,040. Through this motion, Vancouver is providing leadership to and sharing its resources with smaller BC communities like Nelson. In 2020, UBCM resolution process was not an effective avenue to influence provincial cannabis policy. The convention and the resolution process was already limited by COVID-19, was further lost with the announcement of the provincial election. A lot of work and effort has gone into moving cannabis resolutions up through the process, and we are still waiting word a year later. My answer to previous questions regarding community involvement and generosity is this. I grew up knowing that generosity starts with individual actions. Unacknowledged, the reward is the success of your community. I know that my participation in my community is from a place of humbleness, not meant to be defended. I give more when I have more. To endure prejudice, arbitrary roadblocks, and still be happily participating in the process demonstrates the level of commitment from the cannabis community, and like council, a commitment to the process. We are still happily on the front lines, but many are tired and some are traumatized, and yet we have so much more to give. I stand with you this close to the finish line. Let's cross together. I support this motion and very much admire this council's commitment to transparency and fairness. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. And I don't see that any counselors on the queue to ask you questions. So just want to appreciate the fact that you have come and spoken to all of us. Very much appreciated. Council, just before I move on to the next speaker and then run through the list of speakers who had not yet spoken to us because they may have been absent. I would like to just ask you a couple of questions, and it's really coming from the clerk in terms of wanting to make sure that we inform speakers for our next item with giving them a due amount of notice around when that will begin. So I know I can't and we can't estimate how long debate on this item will take, but we there's the potential, although Madam Clerk, perhaps you could inform me, is there anyone else on the line right now?
Chair Carr, we do have the last speaker, number 16, on the line
Great.
waiting to speak, but the other two speakers from earlier on the list, number 3 and 4, we have sent emails, but we have not heard from them.
Okay, so we do have one more speaker, and I will call out the names again, and then we have debate and decision. And if we manage to do that prior to 5, I have two questions for you. Number one is, would you be willing to either, if we finish debate and decision early, just start our dinner time early, but not proceed with the next item, 13, until after dinner in order to give us time, the clerk, time to contact the speakers. So I guess that's the first question. Would you be willing and I'm just looking kind of yays and nays at this
Do we
point.
need a motion or?
Well, at this point, we would normally break at 5 to 6. That would be our normal procedure. So I'm just wanting a bit of indication as to whether you want to move on to item 13 if debate doesn't take as long as to 5 o'clock. So maybe I'll just ask this with a yay or nay. Council, if I'm going to propose that we break when we finish this item, even if it's before 5, in order to um, give time for the clerks to contact speakers for item 16. So we're going to break for our dinner break whenever we finish debate on this item.
So moved.
Okay, that's great. And I don't need a seconder. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any nays? Say nay. Okay, so we're going to break when we finish this
Just
item.
a point of
Thank
sorry, I am on the queue.
Go if it's a point of
I just have
procedure.
a very
Go ahead.
quick point of procedure. I was happy to move that. If we go beyond 5, I didn't want to, assume that everyone could stay beyond 5. So would we revisit that if we didn't, for any reason, go beyond 5?
You mean on this item?
Yes.
Yes.
I hope not, but yes, thank you.
Yes, you can, but you'd have to bring it up before we get to 5. Otherwise, we will break at 5. Oh, sorry. Right now, we're going to just complete this item and then take our dinner break. I'm wondering also, Council, just yays and nays. I'm looking for whether Council is looking, since we started late this afternoon, if you are looking for a 1-hour dinner break. All those looking for that 1-hour dinner break, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry. Is there a point of something, Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, it was a point of information clarification before we voted on that, if I might.
Sure. Yes, go ahead.
So just to be clear, you wanted to take the dinner break to ensure that the clerks have time to contact speakers on the last item. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but we don't know at this point in voting on this how long our dinner break might be because it depends when we finish this.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. And what I am looking for is whether you are looking, given our timing start later this afternoon, if you are looking for a 1-hour dinner break. So I'm just looking, again, yays and nays. All those who would like to have a 1-hour dinner break, no matter if we're starting early, aye. Okay, say aye. And those opposed to that, nay?
Nay.
Okay. Well, we'd have to end up with a vote on that. So at this point, why don't we just assume we normally have a 1 hour dinner break? I can move to a vote if we need to, but let's just proceed with the speaker and debate and decision on this item, knowing that, Madam Clerk, sorry, Acting City Clerk, can you please let me know if that's satisfactory in terms of your direction to contact speakers for after our dinner break, not knowing if it's going to be exactly 6 o'clock or not, but it will be certainly not right after this item.
Um, Chair Carr, I think it would be easier for our speakers if we can tell them definitively what time we're coming back. For example, if we do need to finish the current item just past 5 o'clock, that would mean you have a shorter dinner break and we can come back at 6 o'clock. If that works for council, we can assume that it would be a dinner break for 1 hour now, breaking from 5 to 6. We can inform speakers, but if you do need to go into the 5 o'clock time, maybe council can revisit that.
Well, we could revisit it, but just to let you know that when I tested for consensus on that, one person only was willing to have a shorter than 1 hour dinner break. So we can retest as we get closer to that time, Madam Clerk. But at this point, I'm hesitant to say because it was all but one of the councillors wanting a dinner break for 1 hour that I'm not sure if it's going to be 6 o'clock.
Chair Carr?
Yes, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. I am on the queue. I wanted to make it very clear that my intention was to suggest that if we got through, as you had suggested early, and now we're discussing this at length, this will be my final comment on it. But my intention in moving that motion was if we break, I'll give you an example. If we finished at 4:50, we would then take an extra 10 minutes for that break. So without that, I would just, my thought and suggestion and assumption, please tell me if I'm wrong, is if we hit 5 p.m., we would take a break from 5 to 6 and we would resume with this item if we're still on it. And speakers for the item after that would come after that. Great. So is that correct?
That is my assumption.
Thank you. That's mine too.
Okay. And Councillor Boyle, did you have a comment to make on this? Councillor Boyle, you might be muted.
Sorry, thanks, Chair Carr. I also was just wanting to say that I would appreciate an hour dinner break somehow or as much as possible, as it's my daughter's birthday today, and COVID has meant she has very few of us to celebrate with her.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that information. Yes, I heard all but one councillor indicate an hour dinner break. So, Madam Clerk, we're going to move on this item now. Try and get through it by 5. We will break early if it's done prior to 5, but not coming back till 6 is what I heard from people. And the otherwise, if we're not going to finish by 5, we're going to have to make a decision because we might have to at that point make a decision to go longer if it looks like we might be close to finishing. Otherwise, we will break at 5, come back to this item at 6, and then proceed with the next item. That's my understanding of the straw poll, so to speak, what I just asked of you, councillors.
Sounds like a good plan.
Okay, thank you. We are on to speaker 16, Dane Camley. And apologies for taking so long to do that little discussion. Dane Camley?
No apology necessary. Thank you very much for you guys' time today. So I'll just go ahead and start if you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. So address council for up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dane Camley. I'm with Marigold Cannabis at 231 Abbott Street. Marigold is a fully licensed cannabis retailer. I want to thank all of you for hearing from me today, and I want to thank Councillor Bly for her motion, and I'm speaking in support of it. As someone in the legal cannabis industry, I can tell you that the issues she raises are real and are deeply felt by those who have invested in compliance and in providing quality retail jobs. The annual licensing fee paid by legal cannabis retailers is excessive. The licensing fee's stated purpose is cost recovery. However, the fee charged by the city exceeds any imaginable cost recovery, and the notion that it is necessary does not stand up to scrutiny. Every other municipality in BC that has regulated cannabis sales faces the exact same challenges as Vancouver, yet not one is charging a fee remotely similar. In fact, the fee charged by the City of Vancouver is 4 times the fee charged by the next closest municipality. The concerns of stakeholders regarding the number of resources required to govern retail cannabis stores have proven to be unfounded. The regulated cannabis stores are tightly governed by the province, and neither the operators nor the patrons have proven to be an issue. City staff previously claimed the high fee was required for enforcement, among other things. However, the city is not doing any enforcement against illicit operators and has not for many years. In 2016-2017, the city had great success in shutting down illicit cannabis stores and readily obtained court orders confirming its authority to do so. Since then, the city seems to have turned a blind eye while extracting hefty fees from legal stores. Every other municipality in BC has taken strong action to eliminate illicit cannabis sales from brick-and-mortar locations within their jurisdictions, while Vancouver has not, and is now essentially the only city in the entire province where illicit stores operate, openly defying the law. There is no basis for the city to claim it is unable to act against cannabis stores, and certainly there is no lack of resources for them to do so. The licensing fee the city charges is out of line when compared to what it charges similar businesses. The Vancouver Sun reported on February 9th, 2021, and I'll quote, "In 2020, a municipal business license for a cannabis retailer in Vancouver cost $33,958. In comparison, a liquor retail store like a cold beer and wine shop would pay $429, with a maximum fee only reaching $3,219 for a standard hours establishment. Fees for a Class II casino license and a horse racing exhibition are both $13,464, while the Pacific National Exhibition's annual license fee was $18,856. In addition, marijuana shops are also required by the province to pay a $7,500 application fee, a $1,500 first-year license fee, and a $1,500 annual renewal fee and security screening renewal fee. If the numbers published by the Vancouver Sun are accurate, licensed retail cannabis stores pay almost 80 times the licensing fee paid by licensed retail liquor stores. The licensing fee is negatively impacting employment within the city of Vancouver. The licensing fee directly increases the store's operating costs, and unfortunately, the easiest cost to control is labor. Therefore, it directly results in fewer employees and in both reduced wages and benefits for those it does employ. At a minimum, this is reducing retail employment within the city by one regular full-time employee. The annual licensing fee paid by a legal cannabis store equals at least one full-time job loss for each and every store. This is happening within the context of staggering employment losses in the retail sector. The licensing fee gives illegal operators competitive advantages over legal operators. Unregulated illicit operators already have competitive advantages over regulated stores. They sell cheap, illicit, unregulated cannabis products that are not currently legal, and in concentrations exceeding limits set by Health Canada. They do not pay licensing fees to either the City of Vancouver or the province, making their operating costs significantly cheaper. The licensing fee amounts to about $1.70 tax on each and every customer visiting Marigold. The lack of enforcement combined with the increased operating costs the fee imposes makes already disadvantaged legal operators even less competitive. It ultimately undermines the profitability of many legal stores, threatening their existence and the jobs of their employees. It would help if the city requested assistance from the Provincial Community Safety Unit in shutting down illicit cannabis stores. But the fact is, the city can take meaningful action on its own. Vancouver has many illicit cannabis retailers. It's not difficult to find them. They do not even try to hide themselves. The grace period for illicit operators running their businesses in locations where the city granted cannabis retail development permits has passed. They have had over 2 years to achieve provincial licensing. The reality is they find it more profitable to operate illegally, and why wouldn't they continue if the city lets them? If they will not or cannot get provincially licensed, the city can cancel the development permits or shut them down and let legitimate operators run legal businesses from those locations. The power is in the hands of the city. Marigold Cannabis wholeheartedly supports Council of Live's motion with one exception, and that has to do with the provincial worker qualification. The reality is the cost is low, and virtually all legal stores bear the cost on behalf of its employees. As such, the expense doesn't discriminate against potential workers in the cannabis industry, and is a cost which is similarly borne by various other sectors. While we appreciate the purpose of Council of Live's suggestion on this point, it is not an issue of real concern. Lastly, at the prior session, a councillor asked the representative from Chiaro about the corporation's net profits. Does anyone ask the Park Casino about its net profits in determining its licensing fee, or the Donnelly Group when it seeks to open a pub? Of course not, because it's irrelevant. Licensing fees are based on cost recovery, not on net profits. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Yep. Thank you so much. And I don't see any questions from councillors, but I appreciate very much you taking the time to
Sorry,
come to
Mr.
speak
Carr,
with
I was
us.
just Chair Carr, I was just trying to get on the queue here. There we go. It was just
Okay, there you go, Councillor Bly. You do have questions, and Councillor Bly, over to you for up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just thank you, and thanks to the speaker for coming to present. I just wanted to clarify your last statement there, just because you were running out of time, and I was not clear on where the request for.
Oh, which part? The part where I started with lastly, or the your motion with the worker qualification?
No, around the profits.
Oh, well, I was just saying, if I could just reread that last statement really quickly, I'll just say at the prior session, a councillor asked the representative from Chiaro about the corporation's net profits. Does anyone ask the Park Casino about its net profits in determining its licensing fee, or the Donnelly Group when it seeks to open a pub? Of course not, because it's irrelevant. Licensing fees are based on cost recovery, not on net profits.
Okay, I don't think that was a councillor. I actually think the mayor was asking that speaker that
Oh,
question.
I apologize. It may have been the mayor. Sorry, it was a long night, as I'm sure all of you are aware.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all. I just wanted to make sure that was not part of the process you were experiencing.
Okay, thank you,
Okay,
Councillor Bly.
thank you.
But you do have more questions from Councillor DeGenova. Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. Just in follow up to your last statement there, uh, the city does, in fact, when we look at, for instance, maybe not businesses, but when we look at the profit made, our staff, when they bring something or prepare something, recommendations for public hearing, they very much do look at the profit and the margins of affordability and accessibility. So do you think that the affordability of the product should also be considered here in the same way that we consider that with the development community and housing in our city?
I'm not sure that there's a connection between business or property development and an operating business. I'm not sure that there's a direct correlation between the two.
If we're
I was
looking at revenues, I was specifically speaking to revenues, and you don't have to answer this. If we look at that for other sectors, to make sure that we try and make housing more affordable in that example, do you think we should also be looking at affordability like we do for the nonprofits who apply for a license? They're not paying this amount, and I'll be asking about that later. Do you think that it's important that we look at the products, the cost, that we sort of look at this holistically overall? Because we do that with other industries.
I mean, I hesitate to comment on what you should do, but I would say that this is a business venture, not unlike like everyone else has stated, cold beer and wine stores, regulated retail liquor stores. And I would say that that's a very good comparison and very soundly comparison. They have the same supplier and the same distribution models and are direct comparables. As to how you would, link that back to.
We should be looking at all profits and all business ventures that go through the city the same. It should just be comparing specifically stores that are licensed to sell.
Well, I think the business licensing fee is stated purpose is cost recovery, and I think that is a good model to have. So in that regard, I would say it's not really relevant whether or not a business is making, as an example, like Park Casinos being charged, I think it's $13,000 per business licensing fee, and I'm sure that they make quite a bit more than that. And I don't think they were asked, probably not, how much they were making when they applied for a business license, or the P&E for that matter. I think that
I know there's nonprofits, but yeah, that also, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think we're talking profit businesses, and if we're going to compare profit businesses, that should be compared to other profit businesses. To compare an apple to an orange, I don't think really makes a lot of sense.
But you think for-profit businesses compared to for-profit businesses is okay?
Yeah.
Well, I think we're talking cost recovery for a business license for a business that's going to come in and provide employment and tax revenue makes sense. I don't know. I'm not really sure. I'm maybe not really understanding your question. I guess maybe it's my problem.
That's my time.
Yeah, great. And those are your questions. Thank you, Councillor Genova, and thank you so much for speaking to Council and answering the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, I'm just going to go over the names of speakers who were not present. So I'm just wondering if Speaker 3, Carrie Antes, is on the line.
Chair Carr, the speaker is not on the line.
Speaker 4, Percival Duggins.
Speaker is not on the line.
I believe that's it. Everybody else was on the line or has withdrawn. Um, so that is the end of our speakers list. So we have this motion already moved and seconded. So Council, we're now at the point of debate and decision. And anybody may get on the queue. We could just vote. Councillor Fry, go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, apologies, Chair. I've been having some technical difficulties today. I submitted an amendment to the clerk. And I'll just, in preambling this, as you move us to an amendment queue and perhaps the...
I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. Councillor Fry, I'll put you on that queue.
Yeah, so this is based on my work at UBCM, and ironically, UBCM, many of the local governments look at us with some envy because of the licensing fees that we charge here in the city of Vancouver, and that's mostly because the province has failed to come through on the cannabis excise tax revenues sharing scheme that was mandated in the Cannabis Act of the federal government, which basically said that that the provincial government was going to be obligated to share some of that excise tax revenue with local governments to cover the leasing, zoning, additional burdens on government and staffing and those kind of things, and presumably even the Board of Variance kind of additional fees. So this inserts that clause as an ask to have the mayor write the Ministry of Finance in requesting that revenue sharing, which is consistent with the UBCM ask. And then the second bit is to strike the last clause, which I don't.
Councillor Fry, you are breaking up. So we can't hear you, and I'm wondering maybe you want to turn your video
The
off.
fees requirements are especially onerous, certainly.
Councillor Fry, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but obviously you can't hear me. So
yeah, you are definitely breaking up. Perhaps you want to consider turning your video off, or just maybe that will enable your voice to come through more clearly, just as a suggestion.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead. Just you were at the point of explaining why you are striking the last clause.
Yeah, the last clause, because I don't think that the cost of doing business and the fees involved with selling it right are especially onerous. Nor when I look at the Cannabis Act, the Federal Cannabis Act, that really does focus on precluding some of the sort of criminal activity that has been part of the industry in the past before legalization.
Yeah, Councillor Fry, we definitely having difficulties hearing you. You are definitely breaking up.
Reflected this is part of
Point of procedure.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councillor Fry. We are having great difficulties hearing you. So it's hard for us to go with to understand your explanation.
Point of procedure.
Yeah, just 1 second. I'm just going to mention, Councillor Fry, the clerk's office will are going to send you a message to call in instead so that you can speak to this. Yeah, so it's going to take a few moments. We're in the middle of, unfortunately, at this point, yeah, go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. I was trying to be helpful in asking if possibly, if it's going to take a few minutes and considering we are at 4:49, if it would be possible to recess and come back at 6 p.m. because Councillor Fry has noted he has an amendment. I can't hear him either. And I just wondered if that was a possibility right now.
Okay, sorry, that was a point of procedure. I'm going to, I know what we're going to do
Chair, I've
is,
reset my internet. Can you hear me?
oh, so much better,
So much
Councillor
better.
Fry. Great. Okay, I think we're just going to move forward. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So I said
We know you submitted the motion, or sorry, the amendment.
heard, uh, but the long and the short of it is that the ask is consistent with that of UBCM for excise tax revenue sharing with the province, and striking the final enactment clause in the original motion, which talks about some of the considerations around obviously training of employees for selling it right, and also the security background check work that is sort of consistent with some of the material that's outlined in the Cannabis Act, which is the federal bill that allows us to be even having this conversation around licensed cannabis retail.
Okay, that's great, Councillor Fry. I'm going to advance other councillors to speak to your amendment. Councillor Bly first. Go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm supportive of the amendment of the addition. I appreciate Councillor Fry bringing it forward. And in my research of this motion, it's quite clear that there has been challenges, I think, at the provincial level in sort of getting themselves to a place where this industry is a revenue generating and that there would be a tax to share. That's the feedback that I've gotten, is that there is no sort of extra money that's not being shared, but I still think that we need to be pushing that. So I think we've heard from speakers and other councils have mentioned around the opportunity in this industry in terms of an economic driver that BC really ideally and was out front in 2015, and a lot of municipalities followed suit, but we've fallen behind, I'm afraid. And I think that we need to keep the pressure up, and this is good work that UBCM has been doing. And Councillor Fry is our rep at UBCM, so I do appreciate the addition and fully support it. And I just want to speak quickly to the worker qualification regulation. Appreciate the intent to remove it with this amendment. I'm not going to support that piece of it, so I ask that we sever, but if they are being moved as one amendment. And it's just simply that, just to be clear, that cannabis employees have all the same security checks that liquor store employees have, including selling it right is the equivalent to serving it right. They're all the same. And then there's an extra, which is the worker qualification regulation. And part of this motion is really to level the playing field and not have cannabis sort of sticking out like sort of identified or siloed out with a different sort of regulatory body. It's not a make or break, of course, and we've heard mixed reviews from our speakers. So, but given that at the time of submitting the motion, I felt it was important, and I still think it's just worth talking about that. Eventually, we're going to have to see that this is an extra qualification that employees have to do, in addition to all the other security checks that employees do in both liquor, retail, as well as cannabis. And eventually, I think we'll see that this will go away, but it was a conservative approach. And so I'll just go on the record as supporting some future change that I think will happen with this worker qualification. And so I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, to the amendment.
Yeah, I wonder if I could ask a quick point of information to the mover of the amendment through you,
Yes,
Chair.
go ahead.
And Councillor Fry, with the first paragraph of the addition, did you intend that to be an addition or a strike to the second paragraph of the existing motion? Because it appears to cover, I think, with much more specificity, the second clause that's already in the motion.
I'm sorry, run that by me again.
You have your first paragraph says add after the second enactment clause, and I'm wondering if you intended to add versus strike the second clause, because it seems that you're actually saying the same thing but with much more specificity. I just want to clarify that.
No, it was an addition. I interpreted the second clause from the Bly's original motion to be reflective of the conversation that's necessary to happen with Minister Farnworth. This is a conversation with Minister Robinson around the revenue sharing. I believe the Second Amendment talked about, the second clause from the original motion talked about cost sharing, which I see as different.
Okay, so you're distinguishing between cost sharing and revenue sharing.
Yep.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. Okay, and then in speaking to it, I will wholeheartedly support both of the amendments. I won't belabor it, but I think it was well articulated by Councillor Fry in terms of the rationale for both components. And I think that there is a good rationale in the early days of an industry for the inclusion of the security verification. I think it's well outlined there, put in place for a reason. And I think we've seen when we have industries where we don't put the appropriate regulations in place, some of the significant consequences that we've had, such as in casinos and others. So I would prefer to give the industry a bit of time to settle down and let that shake out before we advocate for removal of this. So I'm going to support the amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor DiGenova to the amendment.
Thanks very much. Just very briefly, this was something that I certainly followed up with staff on last term. When I consider, why did we choose the numbers we chose, the nonprofit rate, I'm speaking to this partly in the amendment just to save time and expedite my comments, but I think that, it concerns me. I'm a bit torn because staff are already doing some work on this, as we've heard. But overall, what Councillor Fry is suggesting definitely helps to offer some comfort here. I mean, we had heard from speakers that had talked about, the discriminatory nature of looking at people who work in the cannabis industry. But then again, we also make sure that there's appropriate record checks and on people who work in the childcare industry. Uh, in childcares and licensed childcares, and that's just one example. And I agree with Councillor Kirby-Young's comments that in the early days of a business of an industry, especially considering the recent legalization of cannabis, it is important, especially during a transition when Vancouver before had hundreds of cannabis dispensaries. And it wasn't about cannabis. That was the issue. There were some other issues that we talked very seriously here about at City Council. So I don't think that I'm prepared to talk about it being discriminatory to have certain requirements here, but not in other places, which we currently do. So for that reason, I wholeheartedly support Councillor Fry's addition, but also to strike the last clause. So I will be supportive of that. And overall, to the motion, it offers me more comfort voting on it. Just wanted to share that as I may just limit and leave that and not make closing comments, Chair
Great.
Carr. So thanks
Okay.
for indulging
Thank
me.
you. Councillor DiGenova, if you wouldn't mind moving to extend past 5 just to have this vote, I'd appreciate that because it's fresh in our
The vote
minds
for
and
the
then we can move
amendment?
back. Just the
Of
vote
course,
on the
yes.
amendment.
Vote on the amendment. Move to extend to vote
Past 5
on the
to
amendment.
vote on the amendment.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed
Aye.
say nay.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, Madam Clerk, we have had a request to sever, so if we could vote on this amendment in the 2 parts. One is the additional clause, and then our second vote will be on the deletion of the final clause. Does anybody need to see that up on screen?
Yes, please.
Madam Clerk, I'm wondering if you could get that up on screen for council. Thank you.
Chair Carr, I'm back on the queue. I just had a point of information.
Actually, you're finished.
Okay.
No, you have a bit of time. Yeah, go ahead. Although yeah, we're just waiting. We haven't. The vote has not been called because we're waiting to get it up there. So go
I
ahead
didn't want to
if you have a.
interrupt you. Thank you. I just had a point of information to you, or through you to the mover of the amendment, to Councillor
Yes.
Fry,
Yes.
as to whether his intention was not just that the mayor advocate, but the mayor advocate on behalf of council. If I understand that, and it's heard here in this meeting, I would assume that that's what the intent of the letter would be. It wouldn't just be a letter from the mayor.
Great.
Yes, that was. In fact, I cut and paste the preamble from the previous clause just for consistency with Councillor Bly's writing style. But I believe my intention is, and I would assume that was also the intention of Councillor Bly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council, you do have the first clause first, which is to add in the second enactment clause as is in print there. And so if we can go to a vote on this, that would be great. All right, that is unanimously passed. Thank you. And Madam, Clerk, if we can go to the second vote, which is to delete the last clause. Okay, and that is passed with 1 in opposition, Councillor Bly. Great. Okay, thank you, Council. So we are now on our dinner break. That just took an extra minute. Appreciate that extra time. We will resume at 6 o'clock, and hope everyone has a good dinner. We'll resume with the debate. We'll go back to the main queue at that time. Thanks, Council.
I do think that recognizing we are in a relatively new industry and that there have been a lot of wrinkles to get us here and a lot of considerations and complications. And through my work at UBCM, I know that there's concerns in some of our smaller local governments around these sort of implementations. So I'm very reluctant to go back in time and start challenging some of the sort of provincial regulations around cannabis retail. That being said, the systems that we got in place, that we've had in place in the city for a number of years that predate legalization of cannabis retail, I think are worth revisiting. And I appreciate Councillor Bly bringing this forward for reconsideration by staff and to kind of recalibrate this into something that's fair and modern and reflects community expectations and the ability to get the job done for small businesses who are operating in this sector. So happy to support as amended.
Great.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. And on to you, Councillor Hardwick, for up to 5 minutes.
Is it possible to ask questions to staff through you, Madam Chair?
You may ask a point of information.
I have a point of information to staff.
Yes.
And what I would like to know is, are the costs associated with the business licenses, cannabis business licenses, larger than those of similar industries? We talked, for example, about wine and beer stores. I asked one of the speakers, for example, if there was, who mentioned that he'd been held up at gunpoint, if there was the expectation that there was more services attributable to cannabis than other similar kinds of businesses. So I would just like an explanation from staff of the thinking of why the cannabis licenses are so much higher.
Right. So I am, when I say this, it's possible to ask a question. It is, but it's not necessarily the case that any staff would be here. These are members' motions, Councillor Hardwick.
I understand.
So staff are not, it's not necessary for them to be here during that, but I can make an ask if Mr. Acting City Manager is here and willing to answer that question, or if there are any other staff here. Otherwise, you have to understand, as a member's motions, there's no obligation of staff to be here.
I do.
So,
it was just something that came out of the speakers that I wanted to ask staff.
right,
So thank you.
right. So, City Clerk, I'm not sure if there are staff here that can answer. Perhaps you can inform us.
Jerica, we don't have staff present just for the reasons you stated.
Right.
And I don't believe the acting city manager is on the call yet.
Right. Okay. Okay. So unfortunately, Councillor Hardwick, there can not be an answer to that question. So you can go ahead with your comments.
Well, I'm generally supportive of this because it seems like a very unequitable situation for people in the cannabis industry. We heard from people that were pioneers in this space and have gone through thick and thin to build an industry within our city, and there seems to again be inequity towards them relative to unlicensed cannabis operations, but also relative to similar industries. And so that sparks me ultimately to support Councillor Bly's motion and to request ultimately a further explanation from staff, which I believe is underway. So I will support. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Weeb, you are up next for up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Councillor Fry for the amendments. I think they help strengthen the motion, and I really appreciate Councillor Fry for bringing this forward. I will be supportive. I do think that there's an opportunity for us as a city to support the local market and try to find opportunities to promote ourselves and find ways to increase our ability to support the procurement of local cannabis, as well as new ways for people to update their facilities to create more ability to connect with each other in our facilities. I know there's different models across the world on how we can utilize this industry in a way to increase the economic opportunity as a city. We heard about the windows and others. I think there's stuff we can still do as we continue to move forward with some of the policies in this field. And I think that there's an opportunity here as a city. We're trying to make a paradigm shift how we support small business, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to showcase that we no longer want to be a gatekeeper and we want to be a partner in the success of our local businesses. And I think this is a good step forward. So I will be supportive.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Weep. And Councillor Dominato, go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to support the amended motion. Two issues that have come up on numerous occasions in conversations I've had with business owners has been the cannabis retail license fee, as well as the lack of enforcement related to illegal cannabis retailers in the city. And time again, this has come up, and we heard that from a number of the speakers that called in the other day, as well as this afternoon. And from my perspective, Councillor Weed may have taken the words out of my mouth, but is that we have an opportunity here to demonstrate that we support our small businesses, and these are small businesses. They're employing people in our city, and I think there's a huge appetite to see more of that. Is that our city council be focused on supporting small businesses, on supporting the local economy, and I think this is one way of doing that, and reducing some of that regulatory burden, but also making it more of a level playing field, and both dealing with the fee does that, but as well as the enforcement on illegal cannabis retailers and so happy to support it, and thank you to Councillor Bly for bringing it forward.
Great, thank you, Councillor Dominato. And to close, Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just start by saying thank you to the speakers for sharing your experiences so far, and for holding on, so to speak, while we've gone through the challenging transition of legalization of cannabis in all its forms. Also, thank you to Council for your attention to the speakers and the very thoughtful questions. I think it helped round out this motion to be improved, and also to be better understood. So to summarize, the motion before Council today aimed to address that a significant barrier for cannabis retailers to both enter the regulated market and to thrive ongoing. And staff have not received Council direction to review the license fee structure since the initial bylaw in 2015, which was 3 years before legalization. So with this motion, the goal is to provide that direction to retool the structure to better support our regulated retailers. And we know that under the previous bylaw from 2015, ahead of legalization, there was perhaps a conservative approach with such a high fee that may have made sense to ensure that there wasn't an influx of shops that was in new legislation, and not necessarily people, policymakers, whoever, were not sure how it would all land. However, now we are going on 3 years of legalization, and we need to really flip the approach that Councillor Weeb spoke to, and seek a fee structure to level the playing field for the regulated industry to thrive in the small business sector. And so, I'm really grateful to hear the support so far from councillors who have spoken. And I do hope with this motion passing, we're able to give a real tangible indication to our small business sector, and specifically the cannabis industry, that we do want to work with them in partnership to ensure that we can continue to support our local small business as we move through a critical time in the pandemic, and look to future economic growth as a whole. So I'll leave it there, but I just appreciate everybody's thoughtful contributions and discussions to the debate.
Okay, thank you. And it wasn't quite to close, I see. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. I just noted that our acting city manager had returned, and I wondered if I might get an answer to my question that I posed.
Yes, perhaps you want to, you have, I'm going to start your timer again. You're at 3 minutes, but quickly repose your question. Acting City Manager, there was a point of information through me, so Councillor Hardwick is going to repose that. And thank you for joining us.
And
Go ahead,
thank
Councillor
you.
Hardwick.
Thank you for your indulgence. The question is, are there additional costs associated with providing the services for cannabis business licenses in comparison to other similar businesses such as wine and beer stores. So it's something that was not clearly, I didn't get a clear picture from this discussion why the cost is so much higher for cannabis than beer and wine. And I was wondering if you might be able to provide a an answer from staff perspective.
Thanks, Chair Carr, through you, and my apologies, Councillor, for missing your question earlier. Obviously, this license fee was established, and I think as Council has been discussing, was established at a different point, quite a different point in time in terms of this. This was an entirely new, essentially, business that the city was stepping in to regulate, in fact, ahead of the federal government and the province. And the costs associated with creating that regulatory regime were very significant. And that has changed dramatically over time. Obviously, we now have a federal and a provincial regulatory regime that we're operating within. Some of the work that the city was doing has notionally been taken over by the province. I think there's been concerns expressed about the extent to which they've stepped into the enforcement role in particular. But I would say that there are still challenges with this. I mean, there are still a disproportionate number of operators operating outside the legal framework. So I would say cannabis isn't fully like liquor yet. But it's definitely not the situation I would say that the city faced when this regime was initially implemented.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that, Acting City Manager. And we've got Councillor Kirby-Young back on the list again. Oh, not actually, to close, you're fine. You haven't been on the list. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young. You might be muted. We can't hear you.
Sorry, I have a follow-up point of information also, if I might, through the city manager, acting city manager. And that is, I know that staff had a planned fee review set for later this year that would be bringing forth sort of updated recommendations for any changes to license structures and alignment, I guess, in mid-2022. And this passing of this motion will sort of put this ahead of the queue. I just wonder if you could confirm if cannabis business licenses would have been included in that review anyway, and that was sort of planned for the cycle, given that we are 3 years in.
Yes, thanks, Chair, through you. So yes, cannabis would definitely have been part of that review. Again, I think what's been identified here is that there are some unique issues with cannabis. But yeah, that would have been the plan, and could still be the plan, subject to council's decision here. But I think obviously there are some unique issues with cannabis that are distinct from the other license types as well.
Okay, but it was the city didn't intend. I guess the message and takeaways. I just want to clarify: the city didn't intend to necessarily retain this fee structure in perpetuity. There was an intent to review. Is that correct?
There was, yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then just in closing, I will also support the motion. I know that the other fee review is coming, but that will take some additional time. And just being cognizant of the fact that these are annual fees that people are paying, there is quite a disparity there. So I'm happy to support it because I think there should be some equity across small business, recognizing that there are different life cycles in terms of where cannabis is at compared to liquor, but we should strive for equity in our license fees. So for that reason, I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Great, thank you, and thank you, Acting City Manager, for being available to answer those points of information. And so I see no one else on the queue. And City Clerk, if you wouldn't mind moving us to a vote, please. Oh,
just a point of privilege, Chair Carr.
Yes, go ahead.
Councillor DiGenova, I just wanted to bring your attention to the fact that I'm trying to get online and my computer is restarting. If not, I will call IT, but I will need a vote assist, and I will stay on the phone until I get back on.
No problem. So and what would you?
Assist in favor, please.
In favor? Okay. Councillor Swanson? Okay, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, Council. And we are now completed that item. We are now on to Our final item, item 13, childcare that works, extended hour and around the clock childcare for working families in Vancouver. At the council meeting on February 9th, this motion was moved and introduced by Councillor DeGenova and seconded by Councillor Wiebe. We will now hear speakers on the motion. Speakers will be heard via phone, and our first speaker is a public body representative, Andrew Ledger, president of QP Channel 4. Is Andrew Ledger on the line?
Chair Carr, we don't have Andrew on the line.
Okay. And moving on then to speaker number 2, also a public body representative, Cheryl Burns, president of QP Local 1936.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name, as you said, is Cheryl Burns, and I'm joining you from Vancouver, which is also the unceded and occupied Coast Salish territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Indigenous peoples. As a settler on these lands, I am honored to have access to these lands in order to play, work, and learn. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Canadian Union of Public Employees Local 1936, which is a community social services local in the Lower Mainland. Childcare has been of significant importance to me because I represent early childhood educators in my capacity as president of CUPE Local 1936. And more recently, my son and his partner had a baby, and they're grappling with the eventual need for childcare and reckoning with the exorbitant cost of and accessibility to childcare. Before I begin my comments, I do want to recognize that the City of Vancouver has done an excellent job supporting childcare and that this work is important and appreciated. However, I believe that building and implementing a universal system of accessible, affordable, public childcare is not a municipal responsibility. And as many of you may already know, BC only has about 20% of the childcare capacity that we need, and the majority of that capacity and that supply is unaffordable. And tackling this problem is going to require significant planning, resources, and provincial coordination. In order to ensure that we achieve consistent provision of affordable, quality, public, and accessible childcare, it is my belief that we should be calling on the provincial government to introduce an Early Care and Learning Act that makes childcare the responsibility of school districts. I would like to note that making childcare the responsibility of school districts is consistent with the well thought out and widely supported 10-a-day childcare plan advanced by both the Coalition of Childcare Advocates of BC and Early Childhood Educators of BC. So in closing, we need to stop the expansion of the fragmented patchwork of childcare spaces that we currently have and immediately begin building a truly universal, inclusive, accessible, and affordable childcare system. So thanks very much for listening. Thank you.
And thank you very much for taking the time to actually present to us tonight. We very much appreciate it.
And point of privilege?
Yes, a point of privilege. Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
I have a question, Chair Carl. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, you can.
Yes, point of
I
privilege.
understand.
I cannot get on the queue, and I didn't
Yes.
want the speaker to hang up. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. No problem. I'm going to. It's a little hard to start the timer because you're not. Oh, there. You actually been added to the queue. So just 1 second. I'm going to just advance you and go ahead for up to 5 minutes. Sorry, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. And I'm reloading my queue right now. I just wanted to first of all thank you for coming out and speaking about the need for childcare, both in your capacity as representing your organization, as well as sharing your own personal connection and experience. I'm just wondering, my question for you is, aside from looking at the provincial and the universal child care system, are you aware that the City of Vancouver has already, that Vancouver Council already passed a motion to ask our staff to move forward with the parts of the child care plan that we would have some responsibility over. Like, for instance, looking at incentivizing this, making sure.
Councillor DeGenova, we can't hear you any longer. I don't know if you can hear me, but we still can't hear you, Councillor DeGenova. Madam, sorry, City Clerk, is there a, do we have any indication whether she is completely offline right now?
Chair Carl, we see her on WebEx, but what we'll do is give her a call. She might be having connection issues.
Right. There's no one else on the queue right now, so I'm going to ask questions. So I've got the speaker still on hold on the line to hear the questions. I think we'll have to wait for that for just a moment. If you wouldn't mind being
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to, Chair Carr, if you'll indulge me, I'm going to try and keep my video off just while I get through this part, in hopes that it will expedite things a little bit. Okay, thanks. If I may ask the speaker the question again, I was just wondering if you were aware that council had unanimously supported a motion to look at ways that we could incentivize affordable childcare, and especially considerations for more. So an increase in safe, quality, licensed childcare centers in the city, and looking at ways to incentivize bringing those online faster.
Yes. Is Cheryl Burns still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you hear the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was actually doing other things. Sorry.
Oh.
So what was? I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to stop.
Listening.
The question is directed to you, Councillor DeGenova. I'm starting your timer again. If you wouldn't mind repeating the question, please.
Thank you.
Thank you for
thank you very
rejoining.
much, yes, and thank you very much, Ms. Burns, for bearing with me through my technical difficulties here. I was wondering if you were aware of the motion that council unanimously passed to work alongside with the province and to try and engage other levels of government, but in doing our part to look at sort of our development, zoning, and licensing conditions to make sure that we were working together with the province to move forward towards.
Yes, I am. I think our concern from CUPE and from my local is that we make sure that we have a very consistent childcare plan, and I believe that the best way to do that is to call on the provincial government to introduce an Early Care and Learning Act so that we can make childcare the responsibility of school districts, because we're trying to push for something, and I'm sure many of you have heard of this, but we're trying to push for the seamless childcare plan because it's convenient for parents, right, when they can actually drop their children off at the same place that their children go to school, and then they can again pick their children up from the school. And we believe too that this would provide consistency in terms of quality around childcare, right? So that's why we're pushing for this. If we've got different levels of government implementing childcare, we're just going to continue that expansion of a very fragmented patchwork of childcare spaces. So we appreciate the work that the municipalities are doing. It's not that we don't, but we also believe strongly that if we're going to fix the current fragmented childcare system, we need to be calling on the provincial government, and they need to be working with school districts to implement new childcare spaces. So I hope that answered your question.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
I had to call in because I lost you partway through, but luckily I have the public feed up here too. I was wondering if you felt that on behalf of your organization, if you can speak to this, or behalf of yourself, if looking at ways to to include extended hour childcare, especially, for households and families that don't work in those usual or typical hours that childcare is open? Do you think that that's important, especially to our workforce?
Of course, it's important. We want childcare to be accessible to all families. That's very, very important to us. We just want to make sure that we have a very consistent childcare system, right? That is the responsibility primarily of the school district. But yes, of course, we want to make sure that childcare is accessible to all families in BC.
Okay, and looking at what this motion is really about, which is extended hours, there's some other components that we can add to other work that's being done. Can I ask, do you support that?
I put it this way. You brought the motion forward, Councillor, and we're very, very appreciative of that. We also felt that it was important to talk about the need for the province to actually implement an early care and learning act that does make childcare the responsibility of the school district. So it's not that we don't support what you're doing, it's that we really believe that this needs to be the focus. So I hope that's probably
so
about as clear as I can get. So
thank you. Anything outside of the motion, but thank you for your time very much. And
no problem. Thank you.
For indulging my IT issues.
Oh, goodness, no problem.
Great.
Good luck.
Thank you. And you do have more questions if you would mind staying on the line. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, you stay on the line. Councillor Weeb, you're next for up to 3 minutes. Councillor Weeb, you may be muted. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm really interested in the Early Child Care Act. I do note that we had a city studio event trying to create a coordinated wait list for all our childcare and the need for a more coordinated approach. Is that something your organizations recognize, that we need to have a better coordinated approach to reduce some of the anxiety and stress of trying to find childcare in Vancouver and have better data for us as we make policy decisions?
Oh, sorry. We can't hear you. I'm sorry. That's not sure. Cheryl Burns, are you still on the line?
I am here, and was that a question? I didn't really hear a question there.
It was a question to you. So
yeah, I guess the question is, do you see from your organization, and recognizing what's involved in the motion, is do you see an opportunity for us to work from a civic side to better coordinate and create one coordinated list for childcare, recognizing that right now you talked about it such a piecemeal approach with different levels of government working in this field? Or do you think we should follow what you talked about, is creating a early education act so that there's one level that can help coordinate the wait lists for all the childcare and give us better data as a city when we make policy decisions?
What I can say is that CUPE is definitely a proponent of having the province create an early care and learning act that does clearly make childcare the responsibility of the school district, because we believe that it will streamline things and create more consistency, because right now the way that it's working is it's incredibly fragmented. We have not-for-profit childcare centers, we have for-profit childcare centers, we have municipal childcare centers, right? Like they're all over the place, and they're not providing the consistency and the reliability that parents are needing right now.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No
okay,
problem.
and those are your questions. So thank you very much for staying on the line, for speaking to us. And yeah, you're good to go now.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for taking the time. Okay, we're going to move now into the list of regular speakers, starting with Speaker 1, Constance Parker. Is Constance Parker on the line?
Chair Carr, Constance Parker is not on the line.
Okay, and Speaker number 2, Sharon Gregson. Is Sharon Gregson on the line?
Sharon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to. We can hear you clearly, so go up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Great. Thank you, Chair Carr and Council. I'm Sharon Gregson, a longtime resident of Vancouver, a child care advocate, and an previous operator of childcare in Vancouver for many years. Also the new grandmother of a 10-month-old whose parents don't have access to childcare. I want to reaffirm that Vancouver is a leader across the country when it comes to childcare. And I very much appreciate Councillor DiGenova bringing this issue forward for your consideration, because councils of all political stripes over decades have wisely recognized the link between healthy families, healthy communities, healthy economy by prioritizing childcare investments and support. And that is currently reflected in the childcare expertise of City of Vancouver staff in policy, planning, and facilities, in the strength of not-for-profit organizations in Vancouver, by the childcare grants approved by your council annually, the strong relationship between COV and VSB on childcare, particularly the new capital investments we've seen on the rooftops of elementary schools, the beautiful facilities the city has embarked on with developers, and importantly, the relationship the City of Vancouver has with the provincial government. However, you will know that the crisis for families remains, and however well-intentioned, as the previous speaker alluded to, no one municipality is ever going to single-handedly solve the childcare problems. It's the province, supported by the federal government, that can create the systemic change that the city desperately needs. And that to say the City of Vancouver is absolutely doing its best. And yet, the City of Vancouver, like many other places across the country, is technically known as a childcare desert. There is only enough licensed childcare for about 20% of children. Fees are still unaffordable, as the motion explains. And importantly, you need to know there are currently not enough early childhood educators who are working in the system to even staff the existing programs that we have due to chronically low wages in the sector. Even with the provincial $2 an hour wage top-up that's been in effect for the last couple of years, the average wage is still only about $20 an hour for a qualified early childhood educator. So I am always in favor of council focusing on and prioritizing quality, affordable, publicly managed childcare. And I urge council to look beyond just 24-hour care, because the issue of access is much greater. Families need more flexibility overall. They need extended hours and more access to part-time care, more childcare, full stop. That means accommodating shift workers, weekend shifts, people who work precarious work, on-call work, rotating shifts, and parents trying to work from home due to the pandemic. All of these quite different than the standard 8 to 5, Monday to Friday. That's just not adequate anymore. You need to know there are currently 9 licensed childcare providers in Vancouver providing extended hours and 2 licensed not required. Anecdotally, we know that this is nowhere near enough. We all hear the stories of people who need care outside of Monday to Friday, 8 to 5. And so specifically to the motion, to point A, it may be advisable for the City of Vancouver to start with a needs assessment of 24-hour care and extended hour care, perhaps with a focus on the healthcare sector and the law enforcement sectors and essential workers, working through the city-funded organization, West Coast Childcare Resource Centre. To point B in the motion, it would be wise to collect data from existing providers and new applicants on their interest in providing extended care hours and what their barriers are to providing extended hours. As a long-time provider, I can tell you that the staffing issues are the number one barrier, along with the increased operating costs. To point C, the regulations around what's called overnight care are very well defined in the provincial licensing regulations and speak to the necessary floor space, shower and bathtub requirements, and staff ratios. And as a Vancouver resident appointee, I'm proud, very proud, to remind Council that the City of Vancouver was the first council in British Columbia in 2011 to pass a motion of support for the community plan for a public system of integrated early care and learning. And that's the plan that's popularly known now as the 10-a-day plan, which the previous speaker referred to. There are now 65 local governments on that list of supporters and 34 school districts, including the VSB, many other representatives together representing more than 2 million British Columbians. So, councillors, your staff are doing an excellent job, groundbreaking work on childcare in this city. They are following council's direction and taking advantage of opportunities from the current pro-childcare provincial government, and they are aware of the upcoming new federal dollars promised to the provinces. It's important to note that extended hour care and flexible care are already part of the 10-a-day plan, which calls for a public system rather than the failed market-based approach that we have now.
Right.
I must
That is
stress
it for your time. But you do have questions. I'm sorry, you're well over time. But as I say, you have questions. If you could stay on the line, please.
Sure.
And go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much, Ms. Gregson, if I can call you that. I wanted to
Absolutely.
thank you for coming to, or for taking the time out of your schedule several nights over to speak to this very important issue. And I also want to thank you for your comments at Metro Vancouver at our board meeting. They weren't lost on me sitting on the housing committee, that housing and childcare go hand in hand when we look at living expenses and livability and affordability. I agree with everything you've said. Just to look at specifically the need for childcare outside of what I would call the traditional or typical hours that we usually see in the city of Vancouver. I know that there is a pilot. Maybe it's a pilot, maybe it's no longer a pilot. And it's in Hastings Sunrise, and it's specifically opens at, I believe, 4 in the morning or 4:30 in the morning to accommodate a certain sector. It's a very unique arrangement with the Hastings Racecourse. Without that, I understand those employees wouldn't be able to work, some of them. Do you think that it's important that we kind of look at that across the city of Vancouver for a number of different sectors and industries, including
Yes,
retail?
I am familiar with the Hastings Park setup and the number of children that they accommodate there. And as I've said, I'm absolutely in favor of extended hours. My caution to council, though, is that who is going to work in these programs? That is the challenge within the sector overall at the moment. And while we're pressuring the province to create new spaces, and they have funded 20,000 new spaces over the last few years, the challenge that keeps coming back is who is going to work in these spaces while the wages are an average of $20 an hour. And so my caution is not to put all our energies into just looking at extended or 24-hour care. We have to make sure that the City of Vancouver is speaking to the province to say you have to do something about wages so that there are people who will actually work in these extended hour spaces.
So can I ask, I tried to be general enough because I agree with you, our staff is doing excellent work, and this isn't something that, I would hope that we could all come together on this, for children and for families. But in Clause A, where it asks staff to consider policy specifically to incentivize the development and operation, I had thought that staffing was included in that, to incentivize it and look at ways to come forward with that. Is that your understanding when you read the motion?
No, I don't actually think the City of Vancouver has the funding available to incentivize the staffing, because that means moving the average wage up from $20 an hour to $26 an hour, where it needs to be to attract people to work. And so I I don't think the city has got the tools to incentivize the development and operation of 24-hour care.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's it for your time. Thank you very much. And Soren Gregson, that's it for your questions. Thank you very much for speaking to us, for all the work you do on this end, for taking the time to also stay and answer questions.
Thank you.
Okay, great. And so we're on to speaker 3, Lisa Alexis.
Hi there.
Yes, just before you begin, I'm wondering if you could tell me if you are a resident of Vancouver.
I'm not, but I'm calling in on behalf of Women Transforming Cities.
Okay.
I'm part of the board there.
Yeah, not a problem. It's just a question we ask of all of our speakers, just so there's a sort of a knowledge that council has of where the speakers are from. Thank you. And you are coming through loud and clear, so you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Great, thank you. Chair Carr and City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Women Transforming Cities. Our mission is to transform our cities into spaces that work for all people by empowering self-identified women and girls in diversity through community engagement, inclusive policies, and equitable representation. So we thought we just wanted to voice our strong support for approval for the 24-hour childcare motion. As a mother who works in downtown Vancouver in finance over the last 10 years, often daycares do not open until about 7 a.m. And financial sector jobs often operate on Eastern Standard Time zones during market hours, as well as various longer hours for healthcare and law enforcement professionals. Makes it extremely difficult to find daycare. Even those working regular hours, the wait lists are often sometimes over a year. Recent statistics show that 60% of the families in Vancouver are single-parent families, and of those, 26.5% are administrative, finance, or business roles. Another 27.6% are in the sales and service sectors. These businesses sometimes operate until 2 or 3 a.m. Pre-COVID. It's also not uncommon for women and mothers to be working multiple jobs. As Stats Canada shows, the average weekly earnings for a woman to be $800 a week from the primary jobs, and that's about $3,200 a month, with the cost of a one-bedroom in Vancouver starting at around $1,800 a month. A two-bedroom would be about, $2,000 to $2,200, 67% of a mother's working wage. In addition to supporting the motion, we ask you to consider more 24-hour daycare considerations in future residential and commercial developments and school developments. And also just wanted to mention our support of the provincial government's $10 a day childcare to expedite this program provincially. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for taking the time to come to speak to council. It's very much appreciated. There are no questions for you, but again, very much appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Great. And that moves us on to speaker number 4, Karen Ranaletta.
Thank you very much. And I am a resident of Vancouver. I actually represent workers who the clerical workers out at UBC, which is, as you all know, a very large employer in our city. And so childcare is certainly something that comes up quite a bit amongst our membership. And when of course, I have to go after Sharon Gregson, who's pretty much nailed everything that we all want to say. But I do want to back what both Cheryl and Sharon had put forward, and that's have this council use their power to call on the provincial government for a universal child care plan. It's very clear to me, to my membership, and to our organizations that this is the best way forward in order to have, as Cheryl was talking about, a consistent approach to childcare in this province and in the city. Councillor DeGenova did ask a question around, I think it was Clause A, talking about incentivizing development. I also didn't read that to include staffing, and I do just want to reiterate again that that if you are going to have extended hour childcare, then you do have to make it so that people are actually going to want to work there, and that employers are going to pay a decent wage in order for that to happen, to at least have consistency within the system. So I guess, I mean, everybody's already said most of what I wanted to say. I just want to thank Council for being so supportive of childcare, for developing the relationship between the city and the school board, and that, again, if you please use your voice to advocate to the other levels of government to implement a universal, affordable childcare system. It's what we need in this city, and we really need we're really relying on your leadership to make that happen. Thank you.
Great. And you do have questions, if you don't mind staying on the line? Councillor DeGenova, up to 3 minutes for questions. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. And I don't want to preempt anything, but I had seen an amendment floating around that may come up later that may address some of these concerns, and I wholeheartedly support it. I did try and focus in specifically on one piece of childcare that I have been hearing from families, has actually hindered the ability of parents or family members from taking specific jobs, or they've had to look for different jobs or careers due to a lack of childcare outside of traditional hours. So I hear you on the other things. I'm going to, because I have limited time, focus in specifically on this and ask you, what do you think the need is for 24-hour extended hour childcare? Noting, like, in my motion and the research that I did, I found that the first childcare center that did this in one city in Ontario, a larger city in Ontario, had an 800 child wait list when it opened up. So I don't know what the need is going to be. That's why I'm asking that staff include this in the work that they're already doing alongside the wonderful work they've already done and brought to council. So just really wondering what impact do you think it would make if we were able to tick off those boxes and make this more accessible and affordable to be able to extend those hours?
Well, again, like everybody else said, extending the hours is great in theory if you can make it happen. I'm sure the need is great in a city the size of Vancouver, with the number of folks who are working different kinds of shifts. I recognize that not everybody works 9 to 5 or 8 to 4 or whatever. So I do commend you on this motion that addresses extended hour childcare. I do believe that the need will be great, but you can have as many extended hours, but if you don't have the people to provide the care and you're not providing a livable and a respectable wage for very, very important work that is often undervalued, I'm not sure how valuable it would be.
Okay. So you do, overall, if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer my questions, support the motion, including the clause that asks that we look for provincial funding for this?
Yes. But do more.
Thank you very much, and thanks for making the time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova, and I'll echo that. Thank you for making the time to both be here to speak to council and answer the questions. It's very appreciated. So speaker number, thank you. Speaker number 5, council has withdrawn. So speaker number 6, Nathan Davidowitz.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you clearly. Go ahead, speaking to council for up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much for hearing me. My sister had a daycare in Vancouver for over 20 years, and she retired the same as I am retired now. And it is very important. I'm very supportive of the motion by Councillor De Genova. I used to drive even some kids from the daycare, mostly around Vancouver here, but sometimes as far as White Rock, because the parents couldn't come and, they had emergencies or whatever, and they couldn't come and pick up the kids. Now the Parks Board community centers, I think some of them do have daycares, and I think a pilot project would be good to have a community center, open it up for 24/7 for the daycare and also for the other services that some of the community centers open. I think some of the ice rink open early in the morning or close late at night, so it wouldn't be too much of an inconvenience or extra cost for the Parks Board to operate a daycare 24/7. And as I said, maybe start with one community center as a pilot project and see how it works. But I mean, the big problem is we have very, excuse me, we have a very limited 24/7 bus service in Vancouver. There's only about 4.5 bus routes that we have that operate 24/7. So how are the people going to be able to travel, to go and pick up their kids or bring their kids over when we have such a lousy bus service in Vancouver and compared to Toronto and other places? So that's a big problem, and that's something that council should take a lead from Toronto, and they have over 30 bus routes in Toronto that operate 24/7, and we have to get going on that because TransLink is not interested in doing that. So again, we have to go to the provincial government to force TransLink to provide better bus services so it could serve the daycare and so forth. So that's about all I have to say right now.
And thank you so much for taking the time to do that. You're very consistent in coming and speaking with good ideas. So thank you very much. And there are no questions for you. Council, I'm just going to go back over the list. Those speakers who weren't here to just see if they are on the line. Andrew Ledger, who is speaker number 1. Is Andrew Ledger on the line?
Chair Carr? No, we don't have Andrew on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 1, Constance Parker.
Constance Parker is also not on the line.
Okay. Then, Council, that closes the speakers list, and so we can move on to. Oops, wait a second. Oh, well, I see. Already there's people on the list. We can move on to. I've got, City Clerk, if you wouldn't mind putting Councillor Swanson and then DeGenova on the main queue. I'm going to go to the main queue. We were in a question queue at that point, so it was Councillor Swanson and DeGenova. That's great. So we can move into debate and decision. And Councillor Swanson, you're up first.
Yeah, I sent an amendment. I think like Sharon Gregson said, we need to start with the needs assessment. We need to know what the barriers to 24-hour care are. And we need publicly funded wage grid. We can't have it so that the early childhood educator certificate is a certificate to a lifetime of poverty. And I'm hoping that this amendment here will get at some of those issues. that we basically have to advocate to the province to support basically the $10 a day plan and call for a public system of affordable childcare where educators are fairly compensated. I think COVID has shown us how important it is that the people who do the real nitty-gritty hands-on work in our city need to have decent wages. And that's certainly true of childcare.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. I am going to move us to an amendment queue. So if you would like to speak to that amendment, Councillor DeGenova, you're up first.
I'm happy to support this amendment, and thank you, Councillor Swanson, for adding this. Perhaps I wasn't robust enough, and I could have added a few more recommendations. I did really try and focus in on one of the issues that I was hearing about, but also I do want to support not only your amendment, but in moving towards together, as I think was very well said by Sharon Gregson. This is something that, should not be an issue that is partisan. I think that it's very important that when we think about the assets of our city, that we consider the future generations and safe, affordable, quality childcare is definitely something that I know that families in Vancouver struggle with. I know that there are families in Vancouver that will go to great lengths to ensure that they can find that childcare and still fall short, and either have to look for different types of work than what they would like to do because of that lack of affordable quality childcare. So I do support this amendment, and I just wanted to state the reasons why. So
Great.
thank you for bringing it forward.
Yep. Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. And to the amendment, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I'm also very happy to speak in support of this motion as a longtime advocate of the $10 a day program since before, but more actively while I had children in childcare. And since then, I think as we heard so strongly and clearly from so many of our speakers, we need a comprehensive, public, universal, affordable childcare system, and not just led by each municipality, but at a provincial level, so all families across the province benefit. And the folks who have been involved in and led the $10 a day coalition have done such an incredible job of holding up that vision and moving it forward. And so I'm glad to see us continue to support it. And rather than speaking again later, just want to say a big thank you to the folks who took the time to sign up and speak. And I know have been waiting and watching our schedule over a number of days for the chance to advocate, as many of them have been doing for a very long time on this important issue.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. And I see no one else on the amendment queue. Acting City Clerk, if you wouldn't mind moving us to a vote on this. Councillor DeGenova, do you need a vote assist?
Well, it says that I voted, so yes, in favor, please. It does say that I voted. I didn't want to click it twice. Thank you.
Okay, so that amendment passes and with none in opposition. And we can go back to the main queue. Just 1 second. Councillor Swanson, do you have anything else you want to say?
Yeah, I just think it's a good motion, especially the last part. And I don't know if you'll be able to see my lovely face on the video, but I am wearing the $10 a day face mask, which you can buy for a donation to the $10 a day coalition.
Great. Thank you. Is that it, Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, that's it. Just a little
Okay.
ad.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick, on to you for, oops, let me sorry, reset your timer. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. It's been very interesting listening to all of this for me personally, and I am in support. Once upon a time, I found myself as a single parent of two kids when my elder daughter was just starting kindergarten. And I raised them pretty much alone from kindergarten to grade 12 and was fortunate to have the support of my family. And I was working in the movie business. And I got to tell you, if you want crazy hours, that's the business to be working in. And it took, you know, everything I could think of to get a child care. And I'm actually still in touch with some of the the babysitters and people that helped me over the years take care of my kids. And there wasn't anything like this in place. And in fact, and again, it doesn't seem that long ago, but just hearing this is music to my ears. And I know as I listen, my elder daughter now, I have a 2-year-old, and she's working and her husband's working, and now they've moved in with us, and so we've got 4 generations under one roof, all ultimately with the idea of being able to give the kind of childcare support that we're going to need 24 hours for her and hopefully other grandchildren as well. So everybody's family, I think, has these issues that they've gone through, and it is a struggle, especially for single parents, trying to juggle all of these responsibilities by themselves. For parents generally, I mean, I think of my daughter who works in the restaurant industry and her husband who's a plumber. These are, again, people that are working at different times, and there's no 9 to 5 kind of schedule around it at all. So this I see as a real movement and real progress in the city and broadly. All that said, the city is not in a position to be paying for this, so the advocacy to the senior levels of government is absolutely crucial. And so again, I applaud the work that's gone into this, the advocates for childcare that are out there, and the work that's being done by this council. So thank you all.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to speak in support of this motion. I particularly want to emphasize, regardless of the schedule you work or individuals work, parents, um, finding quality childcare is incredibly stressful. And as I mentioned in a previous meeting, I recall the labors of trying to identify a quality care for my 2 children, and it was incredibly stressful, probably one of the most stressful undertakings I had as a parent, and knowing that I had to go back to work full time and I had to leave my children in the care of somebody else and wanting to make a good choice. And I literally had spreadsheets, lists of all the people I had called and gone to see facilities and met with people and talked to people, and then add a layer. And I was working a more traditional job of 8 to 5, and then add a layer of being in an industry or sector where you have non-traditional hours and shift work, and then trying to find care and accommodate care for your children. And so I can only imagine what that is like, because we don't have this model of care that's proposed by Councillor DiGenova. And so I know that many families are relying on nannies and other arrangements through extended family, as Councillor Hardwick was speaking to. And so so I appreciate that this gives direction to look at that. And obviously I agree with Councillor Hardwick that we need to be advocating to the province around funding of these endeavors. But I do think it's something that we need to look at, and to provide more options for families within our city. So happy to support it, and I thank Councillor DiGenova for bringing it forward.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor DiGenova, it looks like you to close.
Am I good to close on the motion? Thank you.
I don't see anyone else in the list.
Thanks very much, Chair Carr, and thanks, Council. I know that we've had a couple of meetings, and in fact, I heard from a number of people who reached out to me on social media through direct message and said, Councillor DeGenova or Melissa, I would really like to come and speak to City Council in support of your motion, or even write an email. But all I have time to do is write you this Facebook message because that's all the time that some working families have, and I respect that. That being said, I hope that the work that we do on this motion and all of the work that we do, what inspires me to bring motions like this forward is that we can make Vancouver a more livable and family friendly city, especially for families that have been leaving because of the unaffordability that our city faces. I had actually called notice on this motion just pre pandemic, before the pandemic was announced. And I thought it was important then, but I think that it's even more important now. We learned through the pandemic as the provincial government put out an announcement in a bulletin of essential workers, who those essential workers are. But essential workers can't work unless they have childcare. Those who are parents, uh, have reached out, from different sectors, and I've heard this, and it's not specifically to advocate for this. It's because of unaffordability and trying to be able to live in the city of Vancouver. I know that families often will have a few different types of arrangements, but I think that it's also important to note that, in some households in the city of Vancouver, there are families that are spending more on childcare than they're spending on their actual housing costs, especially families that have more than one child. So I think that this is something that is important, and I think that all children in the city of Vancouver, regardless of whether or not their parents work 9 to 5, 8 to 4, or work an overnight shift, deserve quality uh, childcare, but also to have that early learning that we've heard about. So I do appreciate the amendment, and I'd hope that we can all come together on this. And I really do want to commend our staff who are doing amazing work, not only on childcare and looking at ways to move forward. And I know that they are working and will be bringing something back to us on some of the direction that council is given, specifically looking at, the family friendly Vancouver childcare motion, which was one of the first motions I brought to council this term, because I think that it really is important that we consider this alongside workforce housing. And again, I can't stress enough how essential workers can't work unless they have childcare. So for those reasons and many more, uh, I I that's why I'm bringing this forward. I hope that there can be unanimous support for this motion, and I appreciate the province and the contributions that they've already made to the City of Vancouver. I hope we can move forward with that, and we can, cut the red tape, break down the barriers, and deliver, uh, affordable, quality, world-class childcare to families in Vancouver who desperately need it. So great. For that reason, and to make our city a more family-friendly Vancouver, I hope the council will support this motion, and thank you for your consideration.
Great. Thanks so much. And Madam Clerk, I wonder if you could take us to the vote on this. Councillor DeGenova, do you need a vote assist? There we go. Oh, that looks good. We have a unanimous decision. Thanks very much, Council. And I do believe that that concludes the agenda. So I'm looking for a motion to
adjourn.
Great. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say nay. Great. So
Chair Carr,
we
I
have
just
to.
hadn't seen the
Sorry.
vote
We're
results.
not finished. I'm
Yes.
sorry. We now have to convene in council. So I'm going to. Oh yes.
Just a
Sorry.
point of privilege, Chair Carr.
Yes. Go ahead.
Is there a reason the voting results did not come up on the screen?
Madam. Sorry.
I see them now.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're good. We have to now convene in council. So as Deputy Mayor, I'm just going to proceed on with this. We will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's reconvening Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting. Acting City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is on a leave of absence. Councillor Carr is in the chair. Councillor Genova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson. I see. Great, thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Weeb.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair Carr.
Thank you. Council, we need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for items 1 to 13, moved by Councillor DeGenova, seconder.
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, all those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed say nay. Carried unanimously. We have one urgent business matter on the agenda, a request for leave of absence for Mayor Stewart for civic business from today's meetings. Would someone like to move that, please?
So moved. Councillor
Thank you.
DeGenova.
Yes, seconder.
Councillor Weeb.
Right.
Thank you. I think that was Weeb first. Are those in favor say yay?
Yay.
Opposed nay? Carries unanimously. May we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Second from DeGenova. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. Carried unanimously. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, Council. Thank you, staff.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good job. Record time.
Yay.
Night,
And
guys.
good stuff passed tonight. All right. Bye, everybody.
Yeah. There was good stuff.